Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, all I'm really doing is remastering the first 3 episodes of Interscare Sleep Stories. The reason I am doing this is because those 3 episodes had glaring issues with the audio. So therefore, if you've already heard those stories, please be aware that all this video is those first 3 episodes remastered and compiled together into one long video. I just wanted to do this so that we didn't have videos on the channel that didn't meet the quality that I have set forth in my recent videos. But anyways, I do hope that you still stick around. And without further ado, here are the remasters of those first 3 episodes. So I stumbled upon a hidden red room in an abandoned mall. To preface, I didn't know what I was getting into. And no, I won't reveal where it is, because I know the degenerates like me in this sub will go looking for it themselves. So I was out today just walking around KL like every weekend when I stumbled upon an abandoned mall. On the outside, it really looked empty, save for one convenience store adjoined to it. Looking inside, there was a single unlit hallway with an escalator in the middle. Then, I noticed a sort of red ambience coming off the first floor. I got closer, and I observed a line of 4 women standing in front of the escalator exit on the 2nd floor, and some lanterns hanging from the ceiling. My first thought was, hey, that must be some kind of Chinese restaurant. This place is still alive. And I went up to check what other stores are still open in this outwardly looking abandoned mall. Looking at the sides of the escalator, I noticed both sides were blocked by tables and cupboards. So the only way was to go up. As I walked up the escalator, filthy by the way, lots of cigarette butts, boxes, bottles, and more just there on the escalator. I wondered, how would people even know about the restaurant in a place like this? But the closer I got, I noticed that there was no counter, or waiters, or anything to indicate it was a restaurant. It was just a space with chairs and tables, which were all men seated. In the moment I stepped on the first floor, as one of my aforementioned girls quickly swooped to me and wrapped her arms around mine, I came to the realization, holy shit, I found a red room. I looked and walked around a bit, the woman still clinging to me, asking if I wanted to have some fun at a good price. It was just a big empty space filled with tables and chairs, with men sitting at them. As a moral and broke person that I am, I refused the woman's services, but damn, it was creepy. Because these dudes weren't even talking to one another. They just sat there smoking and drinking, staring at me. Guess they were waiting for their turn? There was another escalator on the 2nd floor, but I guess that those were where all the rooms were. I'm not going up there unless I have a girl under my arm. The scene reminded me of that one scene from the Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves, where he went off to face the demon horde. He entered the room and all the demons just silently turned and looked at him, just staring. I walked in a circle and noped the fuck out of there. But after 3 hours, it's still fresh in my memory. It's not every day you accidentally stumble onto a red room when exploring an abandoned mall. Me and my cousin Elle are very close. We always did everything together, and have been mistaken as twins quite a bit. We'd always do sleepovers when we were teens, so when Elle invited me to her house, I immediately said yes. Once I got there with $30 from babysitting, we headed to the corner store to stock up on my snacks. My aunt trusted us as we were 13, and it was only a block away. When we got in, we noticed a guy about mid-30s in the corner, just staring at Elle. We just ignored him and got our snacks and left. When we were walking back, Elle dropped one of the bags, so I picked it up and noticed the guy from the corner store walking in our direction. I thought it was weird, so I whispered it to Elle to not look back and to just walk to her house, which was across the street by this point. When we got there, we told my aunt and uncle, who were shocked, so they locked the doors and windows and put down the blinds. I opened the window because it was in the middle of Michigan in summer. Me and Elle watched Murder, She Wrote until I heard the faintest crunching of leaves in the front yard. I turned off the TV and told Elle to get her dad, who said it might have been a raccoon, but slept in the room next to us just to be safe. At around 1 a.m., I woke up to Elle screaming and saw her being dragged out the open window by the guy we saw at the store. I yelled for my uncle, who came in and grabbed Elle and ran back outside chasing the guy. I grabbed Elle, ran upstairs, and called the police, who then arrested the guy. It turns out he had been stalking Elle for weeks and was planning on kidnapping her. He had an entire collection of things we took from her, and pictures he took of her without asking. To this day, I still lock all my windows. I stood by and allowed my wife to almost kill our son, and I was happy she did it. Okay, fair warning, this one is long as hell. Apologies for that, but this is very hard for me, and I've been carrying it around for a lot of years. On the advice of my therapist, I've written it all out to try to work out my feelings on it. He didn't advise me to submit it to Reddit, of course, but I've struggled with this for a long time, and I need to hear other people's opinion on it. I still really have no idea how I feel about it, even after all these years, but I will submit for judgment by the masses. I know I did wrong on some things, probably a lot of things, but I tried to do the best I could. My son was very troubled. Very troubled. If you've seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it will really help to understand what I'm talking about. Because I swear to God, when I watched that film, I thought I was watching a documentary of my life. I felt like the writer must have had cameras hidden in my damn house. That's how accurate it was. The only difference is that in the movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. But with my son, he didn't have that mask. His insane behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son just came out wrong. He was planned. My wife and I tried to get pregnant and were ecstatic when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We showered affection on him and really tried to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he was miserable. He cried for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating. 13 months without a break. He cried until he had no voice left and kept crying after that. You could see his little face scrunched up and no sound coming out. He was totally hoarse. There were times when he would literally be crying in his sleep. I've never seen or heard of any other kid able to do that. We took him to doctors, specialists, tried changing his diet, held him, rocked him. We gave him toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything we could think of. Nothing worked. 13 months of grating, grinding, no sleep hell. Once he got over the crying stage, we thought we were out of the woods. But it quickly became clear that, for some unknown reason, he was just angry at being alive. I never saw that kid have a genuine, joyous smile on his face once in the time that I knew him. I saw him grin a vicious, horrible grin many times, taking a perverse pleasure from causing pain or suffering or breaking a rule. But a smile from real pleasure at something nice? No. Never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He was fueled by hate, and everything he did was bent toward that. As soon as he could walk, his mission in life was to destroy things. He would break, or at least try to break, anything that came in his range. He would try to smash it, chew it, throw it in the toilet, whatever he could. After a while, he figured out how to get his diaper off, and he took great pleasure in shitting and pissing anywhere he could. After a while, he figured out how he could hide it and started pissing and shitting in places we wouldn't find it right away. Grinding it into carpets, making it even more of a problem to clean, and making the house stink. When he got older, he would piss and shit in our bed until we got a lock on our door and he wasn't able to get in anymore. But then, he'd just take a dump in the hallway in front of our room. That biological warfare started around 2.5 years old, and he never grew out of it. I'll try to speed it up, as I could literally go on for days about this stuff. But as he grew older, he became more and more unmanageable. He would bite, kick, scream, scratch, and spit at anyone trying to do anything with him. He was kicked out of school twice before he was 9. They let him back in, and then they had to kick him out for good. He had to change schools. The next one put him in a special class that kept him away from the other students. We had to install a door and a lock on the kitchen because he would steal knives and use them to gouge the walls, furniture, or even chase people around with them. When he was 10, he stabbed me pretty good in the hip. I still have the scar. As he grew older, he grew darker. He moved into setting things on fire and torturing local animals. There was a stray dog that hung out around the park near our house. My son blinded it in one eye with a barbecue fork. He would dip cats' tails in gasoline and light them on fire. He became a violent, stinking, vicious beast that lived in our house. We couldn't do anything with him. I'll take this opportunity to preempt the tsunami of messages. Yes, we had the kid in fucking therapy. We saw a psychiatrist twice a week and had God knows how many different medications prescribed to him over the years, but nothing worked. Therapy didn't work. Medication didn't work. Nothing worked. He was like a prison cloud of hate and fury lashing out at anything in his reach. When my son was 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. Instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy had not been planned, and we really were at a loss over what to do. My son had been such an unending nightmare for 16 years, we couldn't take the idea of starting again from the beginning. We talked a lot about terminating, but A, access to abortion was not as easy in those days as it is now, and B, my wife was very against it. We talked about many options. In the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby. And if it turned out evil, we would put it up for adoption. We knew we just couldn't do it again with another child like our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly, we saw what our lives should have been like the whole time. How things would have been had our son not been himself. She laughed at things. She breastfed without biting. After 4 months, she was sleeping through the night. She was happy. She was normal. I can't describe the relief and happiness that we both felt. I don't have the words for it. This is where I believe I might have started really pulling back from my son. Up until that time, whatever mistakes I made, I'd always tried to do the best for my son. I am convinced of that. I tried to help him and love him and care for him. I really tried. But when my daughter was born, my wife and I both instinctively just turned towards her. She became our focus. Not for malice, but just because she was so much easier. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment we were with her was like magic. I understand this was wrong, but we honestly couldn't help it. I don't have a better explanation than that. My son hadn't given a shit about my wife being pregnant. I honestly don't know if he really understood it, but when we brought our daughter home, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he took it up another notch. By this time he was 17, and we were having blowout screaming matches daily. Usually, after we fought, he would storm out of the house and disappear for hours at a time, or come back in the morning. It was a relief. I started to actually look forward to our fights because it would get him away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son was almost entirely gone. Our only real interactions were screaming at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She just had nothing left. By that time, if our son even came into the same room as her, she would just stop whatever she was doing and start screaming, "Get the fuck away from me. Get away. Get the fuck out." Until he left. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I have no idea what he got up to out in the world, but we were just happy it wasn't being inflicted on us. As a consequence of our son's behavior, we had invested heavily in locks around our house. All of the cheap, thin, interior doors in our home had been replaced with thick, dense wood doors that couldn't be kicked through, equipped with keyed locks that my wife and I carried the keys to. I know it sounds extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way we had found to create safe spaces from him. And again, before I'm inundated with messages, I was not locking my son in rooms like a prisoner. He had free reign of the house, and he could come and go as he pleased. My wife and I would lock ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. If anything, we were the prisoners in our own home. On the day in question, I had fought with my son in the morning, and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying some peace and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter napped in our bedroom. And then my daughter began crying. Any parent who has a young child can tell you, you get used to your child's cries, and you can tell after a while what they need. They cry differently if they're hungry, need changing, or just restless and want to go to be held. Babies can communicate pretty well before they can speak. This cry was none of those things. This cry was terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I were both up out of our chairs and running into the room. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to get the right key to get it open. My son was in the room. We lived in a bungalow, and the bastard had climbed in the window to get to her. He was standing over her crib with a steak knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it. It wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers. I think he may have stolen it from one of our neighbors' houses. He had broken her skin twice already, once in the belly area and once on her arm. I could see blood running down. When I entered the room, he was dragging the back of the knife down her face. Not cutting, almost tickling her with it, teasing her while she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I knew what I was doing, I was already moving, running to put myself between them. I didn't think about it, I just moved instinctively. Even with that, my wife got there faster. It was like a movie on fast forward. She got our son and bashed his hand away, knocking the knife across the room, and then shoved him with her whole body weight, so hard that he flew away from the crib and bounced off the wall. I picked up my daughter and held her while my wife screamed this. I could see her shaking, almost convulsing. I can remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter screaming and wailing, the look on my son's face as he stood there. Just nothing. Blank. Dead. There was nothing in his eyes. No emotion. He looked like an alien to me. I watched my wife take a step towards him. Could have reached out and stopped her, but I didn't. She stepped forward again, very close to him. I could have stopped her again, but I didn't. She waited, looking at him for maybe 3 to 5 seconds without moving, and then she punched him in the face. Now, until this point, you may have been picturing my wife as a typical woman. Small frame, dainty, delicate. This was not the case. My wife does have a small frame, but dainty and delicate she is not. Never has been since I've known her. Since her early teens, my wife has been a boxer. MMA didn't exist back then, but karate and boxing were big in those days. And my wife was a very talented amateur. She was about 130 pounds. She carried a lot of muscle and she knew how to punch. I had 70 pounds on her back then, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between her and I, she could have and would have pounded me flat. Neither of us had ever laid a hand on our son in anger before, but something broke in her that day, and all the years of anger, pain, sorrow, and frustration came pouring out. When she hit him, his head snapped back and blood started pouring out of his nose. He hardly reacted. He just looked at her with this shocked expression, like he didn't know how to process what had just happened. She waited another second, and then she hit him again. I could have reached out and stopped her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away, calmed her. I didn't. I just stood there and watched while she systematically started to pound him to a pulp. Every time he brought his hands together to cover one part, she would blast him somewhere else. Body, head, body, head, over and over. He started screaming, crying out, yelling for her to stop. It's the most genuine reaction I'd ever seen him have to anything in his whole life. But she wasn't stopping. I watched her ramping up, hitting harder, faster, working him like a heavy bag. He tried to swing at her and she slipped him instantly. She was on autopilot, sinking down into her training. I stood there watching for a minute. Then I turned my back on them and took my daughter out of the room. I brought my daughter to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I found that he had cut her a third time on the sole of her foot. All the cuts were superficial. I cleaned her up and held her until she calmed. I put polysporin and band-aids on her cuts. In our bedroom, I could hear my son screaming, calling my wife horrible names, telling her he would cut her head off and fuck her corpse. After a while, I didn't hear him saying anything more. Didn't even hear him crying out. I assumed that he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear her beating him. That went on for a long time. Long enough for my daughter to actually drift off to sleep in my arms. I just sat at the kitchen table waiting for her to finish. Finally, she came out and sat across from me. Her hands were swollen and red. Her face and arms were splattered with blood, her chest heaving. We just stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, I asked her, "Is he dead?" She looked back at me and answered, "I fucking hope so." I nodded. That was all there was to say about that. I understood how she felt perfectly. I felt the same. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat there waiting silently. Eventually, my wife started crying and went to go take a shower. I just stayed where I was holding our daughter. After a long while, I heard moaning and sobbing coming from our room. It turned out that my son wasn't dead. I went in to see how bad it was. It was pretty bad. I've never seen a more merciless beating laid onto anyone, before or since. He was lying on the floor, rolling around with blood leaking out of his face, lying in a pool of his own vomit. His nose was squashed flat out across his face. Both of his eyes were completely swollen shut and starting to blacken already. I could see that a couple of his fingers were bent out at weird angles, that he had pissed his pants. I think he must have been missing teeth, but I couldn't see any on the floor and couldn't see any inside his mouth. His lips were all puffed up and swollen. From talking to my wife about it later, I know now that she had systematically beaten every part of his body, focusing heavily on his legs. She told me that she kicked him in the groin repeatedly until her legs got tired and had kept beating his body long after he had passed out. When my wife came out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do about our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance, take him to the hospital myself. I honestly didn't have any idea what to do. After a while, I realized that I simply didn't care what happened to him anymore, and we just decided to let him live or die on his own. There was an in-law suite in the basement that we had never really used. My wife, my daughter, and I just moved down there. We simply ceded the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything down, separated our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough for a couple weeks or more. He had a washroom and bedrooms to use. We had a washroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance. So we just stopped going upstairs. We just decided we were done with him. I figured we'd let his food run out and see what happened. Over the next week, we could hear him moving around upstairs sometimes. I think he just spent most of the time lying in bed recovering. I went to work, watching on high alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed home with our daughter. She was never out of our sight. One night we heard him going ballistic, smashing things and banging. We didn't respond. He never tried to get downstairs or get near us, though. I think he was afraid that if he got near us again, my wife might finish the job on him. After 3 weeks down in the basement, we hadn't heard anything from up above for a few days, and I ventured upstairs to the main floor of the house. The place was demolished and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage that he had done and get the main floor back to normal again. There was food and shit smeared all over the walls and broken glass on the floor, big holes in the drywall. He had ripped the place apart. He tore up the linoleum in a corner of the kitchen and emptied an entire foam fire extinguisher into the living room. I feel thankful that he didn't burn the house down with us in it. I'm honestly not sure why he didn't. The kid wasn't shy about lighting things on fire. After that, I lived in fear every day that he would come back, that he would ambush us out of the blue and try to kill us. We moved houses about 3 years later, and I finally stopped being afraid that he would show up again, as now he had no idea where we were. I finally felt safe from him. All of this happened a long time ago. My son was born in the spring of 1971. My daughter was born in '88. I'm an old man now. I'll be 70 this year, and my wife passed from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 31 now. I moved in with her husband, after my wife passed. I've got 2 granddaughters, and they are the joy of my life. I see a therapist a couple times a month to talk about all this. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him was when he was lying on the floor of our bedroom, bleeding and smashed. I haven't heard from him since we left, more than 30 years now. I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt from that time, and a lot of conflicted emotions. I didn't beat him myself, but I allowed him to be beaten, and I thought he deserved it. I was happy it happened. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy if he died. I will say that I do hope he was able to overcome his demons and go live a normal life somewhere. If he wasn't able to do that, if he stayed the way he was, then I truly do hope someone out there killed him. When I knew him, he was a rabid dog, and whichever way it went, I just hope he isn't still out there hurting anyone else. I remember the excitement, hurrying forward, little steps at a time, not knowing when my playground friend would turn around. The light was green, but at any moment he could turn on me and throw me out of the game. This time, I pushed it just a bit too far. When he finally turned around, yelling, "Red light," I was still moving from the momentum, I was done. Tagged. I'm out. But that one particular game, my mom was watching and she was furious. "Richard," she yelled. "Richard, what are you doing?" "Playing," I responded. My mother lumbered forward and grabbed my arm, almost lifting me off the ground. "What are you doing?" she repeated. You're out, Richard. He got you." The way she said it opened a pit in my stomach. Unblinking, she was on the breaking point. "Please, Richard, please. You must take this seriously. Can you do that? For me?" "Okay," I nodded. She held me close, ruffled my hair, and kissed my forehead. As she stepped back, her smile faded. "Again," she said, taking a deep breath. "Try to do better." For years on end, that was my spare time. While other kids played basketball or soccer, I played red light, green light. Sometimes it would start out of nowhere. Mom would turn to me suddenly, making a scary face and yell, "Red light." If I reacted, she'd send me to my room or take away my toys. It was as if the game never really ended. In the checkout line at the supermarket, at the movies, during dinner, all the time. It was so common that it didn't even sound like words anymore. Green light and red light were just barking noises that made me stand at attention. That's why I write it as red light without the spaces. It just doesn't sound like words to me. Dad participated sometimes, but he was never as enthusiastic. If anything, it annoyed him. He thought it was stressful, and it always put him in this strange mood. I remember once when we were driving through Missouri, when Mom started going red light. I just sat up straight, staring ahead like a statue. I'd learned not to blink, not to breathe, not an inch. If there was ever a championship in this game, I'd be a world-class contender. But Dad just pulled over and stopped the car. He covered his face with his hands and just cried. I'd never seen anything like it before. "Please, can we just one day? Please, honey, I beg you," he cried. "We have to be prepared," she sighed. "You know that." "You think it matters if it ever comes to that?" "We have to try. He has to try. Just not now, honey. Please." Mom leaned back in her seat with a sigh. She looked at me through the rearview mirror and noticed I was still holding my breath. "Green light," she smiled. "You're going to do great, Richard." I hope this doesn't make it seem like they were bad parents. They really weren't. They were kind, caring, and worked themselves to the bone so that I could have the comforts I wished for. I was their only kid, and they did their best. The one weird thing was their obsession with that one game, and I just couldn't understand it. Not a single day would go by without my mom trying to get me with a sudden red light. But as time passed, we played it less and less. As I grew into a teenager, I often refused to play along. I'd be out of the house for long periods of time, sometimes spending an entire day or two with my friends. Still, as soon as I was in the same room as my mom, I knew she'd go red light at any moment. It wasn't even a source of tension. It was just something. And sure, I could resist and be mean, but that would just cause trouble. In the end, it was easier to just play along for a few seconds. The light would always turn green again after all. It was just strange, and I mocked them both behind their backs. Still, it turned into a pretty neat party trick. When my buddies learned that they could just make me freeze by shouting red light, it became sort of a thing. It even became my internet nickname, Red Light, so it wasn't all that bad. The year I went to college, my parents died in a car accident. A 5-car pileup. My parents ended up in the middle. There was no way for EMTs to get to them in time. I don't want to go into detail, but there was a fire. It wasn't peaceful. I dropped out of college first semester. The inheritance, along with their life insurance, was substantial. Everyone was telling me to sell the house and start over somewhere new, but I just couldn't process it. If it hadn't been for my aunt, I don't know what I would have done. She arranged the funeral, she helped me move, and she called me every day to check in on me. She's a saint. That's how I ended up in this small Minnesota town in the middle of nowhere. I got a cheap house and a job at the local warehouse. I didn't mind living in a small community. That suited me just fine. I lived there for a few years. Once things calmed down, I got into a comfortable routine. I thought about going back to my studies. I didn't mind my job at the warehouse, but I always wanted to work with electronics. I thought about taking a class at the local community college, but I was terribly shy. Still, my aunt pushed me to try it at least once. So I did. I went to an evening class in basic electronics. There were 8 other students, and we got to try out shortening a cable. We opened it, cut the copper, put it back together, and the teacher made sure it all worked. It was basic stuff, and we got a thorough explanation as we went along. But it felt great making something with my hands. At the end of class, I stayed a while to talk to my classmates. Jonah, an unemployed man my own age. Paula, a young woman that wanted to apply for an apprenticeship with a local electrician. 2 men, Will and Gary, who worked at the local community theater. I ended up in the middle of a lengthy conversation. Just small-scale stuff, smiled Will. Adding a little lights to backdrops, that kind of thing. I just need an excuse to get out of the apartment every now and then, laughed Jonah. Feels good to keep busy, you know. What about you, Richard? Asked Paula. What are you hoping to get out of this? Well, I hesitated. My eyes shift from one person to the next. There was something off about them. It took me a few heartbeats to realize they weren't moving. They were completely, absolutely still. Not a breath, not a single blinking eye. They looked like statues. My instincts kicked in. Red light. Richard, are you okay? I felt Paula's hand on my shoulder. I realized I had been holding my breath. I had no idea how long I'd zoned out, so I just shook my head and smiled. Sorry, I chuckled. It's been a long day. Anyone up for a coffee? They were. They all were. Later that night, as I got back home, my pulse was hammering. I didn't even know why, but that moment at the community college just sent a shock through me that just wouldn't die down. I had thought about the game for a long time, and I hadn't played it for years. Still, it was such a primitive, instinctive reaction. As I laid down to sleep, I could audibly count my heartbeats. I could see them in my fingers as they curled slightly with every thump. I slept on top of the covers that night. It was the only way to keep cool. The next time I went to class, I was on edge. I couldn't help but feel that I'd get a strange sensation again. That feeling of the world stopping around me. This time, we were dismantling an old TV. It was a group effort, and we all got an individual assignment. We were to individually identify certain parts. Then, as a group, using the manual, we were to roughly describe the way electricity moved through the device. Gary was in the middle of presenting our work to the teacher when I got this sudden, sour feeling in my throat, like the aftertaste of a bad drink. As Gary was explaining the HV connector, he suddenly froze. Red light. My classmates were quiet and frozen like statues, and I could see the classroom clock hold still. But just outside in the hall there were clear footsteps. They were uneven. One foot stepping, another foot dragging. I could hear the footsteps clear as day, but there was something else. There was a small, frosted glass window in the classroom door. I could see something moving in the corner of my eye. I tried not to move, not even to look, but curiosity was getting the better of me. Still staring straight ahead, I was aware of the movement at the edge of my vision. There was a distinct crinkling noise, like someone clutching a paper bag. The door opened slightly. "Please, someone. There has to be someone." The voice was muffled. It was strange and hollow with drawn-out vocals. "You have to wake me. Wake me, please." The door opened wide, just outside my field of vision, but I held my ground. I didn't move. Red light. Suddenly, Gary was talking. "It won't work until you reconnect it," he said, pointing at the flyback transformer. "And it wasn't connected when we opened it, so someone's been tampering with it." "Well, looks like we have a proper repairman," our teacher laughed. "Well done, everyone." "Messing with the heatsink too," nodded Will. "Do we get extra credit for that?" I just straightened my back and stared at the door. It was slightly ajar. Had it always been like that? I was beginning to feel like I was having some sort of episode. It was such an absurd sensation. I got this sour feeling in my stomach, and it just didn't go away. My pulse kept pounding for hours afterwards. Again, I could barely get any sleep. If anything, it was starting to affect my day job. I was drowsy and inattentive, and I'd continuously skip lunch for a nap. Once, as I was getting back to work after a lunch break, I got that awful feeling again. The lunchroom clock had stopped, and I immediately dropped everything I was doing. It took me a few seconds to remember that the lunchroom clock hadn't worked for weeks, and that everyone was just too lazy to change the batteries. I was both relieved and deeply troubled. I was considering skipping the classes together. I didn't want to feel that way again. And I didn't seem to happen anywhere else. But I couldn't let this stop me. Not only did I need to know more, but I also refused to let this madness get the best of me. The third time I went to class, I was a few minutes early. I found myself sitting with Jonah, Paula, Will, and Gary again. Paula was unusually quiet, and I noticed dark rings under her eyes. She seemed exhausted, almost nodding off as we sat down to talk. I could hear the classroom clock tick away. It was a calming noise. "You okay, Paula?" I asked. "Late night?" "No, I'm fine. It's just..." She sighed, and as she was about to answer, I heard the clock stop. Red light. This time, the footsteps were coming straight for us. One foot stomping, one foot dragging. As the classroom door slammed open, my eyes were perfectly still. I stared into Paula's eyes, trying not to think about blinking. Something was inside the room, agitated. "Please, they have to be here. They have to wake me," I heard. The voice was clearer. A woman, pleading. Then Paula blinked. Everyone else was just frozen, but Paula blinked. She was doing the same thing as I was. She was going red light. "There," I heard. "There, she's there. Wake me, wake me." Paula was panicking. She slightly turned her head to the right, like a gazelle ready to burst into a sprint. I heard a paper bag hit the floor. As something big lumbered into view, over the course of a heartbeat, something picked up Paula by the neck and carried her off. In one quick swoop, I could hear her struggling to breathe, hands hitting something dry with next to no force. "Yes, take her," the voice continued from the paper bag. "Let me wake up, please." I just kept looking ahead, my eyes tearing up. Paula was screaming, her scream was changing. It was as if something was pulling on her neck, as I heard her panicked scream shift up and down in pitch. I've never heard a scream like that. It wasn't human. It was a wounded animal desperate to live. I heard breaking bones and snapping sinew. Paula was silent. There was a thump as something dropped into a paper bag. Spatter of liquid hitting the floor. Yes. Yes, finally. And then the clock ticked. There was no Paula at the table. No blood on the floor. No paper bags. I asked about her, but no one seemed to know what I was talking about. Paula? What Paula? Enough was enough. I almost stumbled over a chair as I sprinted out. I couldn't take it. I ran along the hallway, out the back door through the patch of blue sunflowers raised by the garden club. I knocked over a few bicycles as I jumped the fence to reach my car. I fumbled with my keys, got into the driver's seat, and was out on the road before I even put on my seatbelt. I'd had enough. I wasn't taking any chances. I was leaving this whole goddamn town behind. I took the main street, then a shortcut by Frog Lake, then went through the tunnel out by the lumber mills and slid out onto the freeway without slowing down. I'd broken a dozen traffic rules already, and I don't care. The radio was playing, the latest pop star sensation, telling me to be myself. But at that moment, I would have asked God to make me anyone else other than myself. This had to be it. This had to be why my mom kept telling me to go red light. Something in me, in us, allowed us to see and be seen by something we shouldn't. Something made us aware. We were being taught how to hide. Suddenly, the radio stopped. There on the freeway, I went still. Red light. The car was standing still. The engine was silent. I could see rays of light shining down from the streetlights. My instincts kicked in, and I just stared ahead. There was something in the passenger seat. Something with a paper bag resting in its lap. I could hear Paula's voice, muffled. I think this is him, she wheezed. I think he sees. He can wake me up from this nightmare. It isn't real. It didn't happen. I'm okay. A finger snapped next to my ear. Mom had done it a million times, so I didn't flinch. Instead, I just sat there, sticking to what I'd learned. My lungs ached. Please, just take him. Just in case, then I'll wake up. This'll be over. There was a rustling noise, a head shaking from side to side, a stiff neck creaking. Please, someone must wake me. Someone must, surely. The passenger leaned in next to my ear. Keeping the paper bag in their lap, they spoke. A strange, dark voice spoken from dry lips. Hello? My chest ached. My eyes watered, but I stayed still. And I kept imagining that red light in my mind. And those painful heartbeats, I could imagine my mother turning back around with a smile as the light turned green. It would happen. If I just kept still, it would happen. I'd be fine. Suddenly, the radio came back on. The engine was roaring and I was going 75 miles per hour. I was losing control, sliding back and forth. I took my foot off the gas, kept heading straight and gradually slowed down. After a few seconds, I was standing still by the side of the road, dry heaving. That could have gone bad. Real bad. Like 5-car pile-up bad. Needless to say, I've since moved out of town. I think whatever is hunting there is looking for people like me. Those who are aware. Those who can see. I think I get it. I'm still trying to put all the pieces together, but I'm starting to get a picture. I don't get what happened to Paula. It's like she never existed. No online presence, no car, no apartment, nothing. She's just gone. How the hell does the world just forget about someone? Look, all I'm saying is, if you've been taught this game with the same intensity as I have, maybe it's for a reason. Just be ready, in case you're aware. This is a pretty long one. started out small but got intense by the end. I'd also like to preface this with the fact that no one was ever physically harmed. Shortly after my husband and I got married in 2006, we rented a 2-bedroom house with another couple. This house was old, like pre-World War I old. Walking in the front door, you actually went down a couple steps through a cold cinder block room, entered the kitchen, and went straight through to the dining room, which had the bathroom door on the right side of it, a closet door on the left side, and the laundry utility room in the back. Or you entered the kitchen and went up the stairs to the left, which brought you into the living room, and the 2 bedrooms were on either side of that. The bedroom my husband and I got would have been above the kitchen. The living room sat over the dining area, and the room our roommates picked was over the utility room. That's important later. Theirs was a cute little room, and apparently the newest, as it had been added to the original house at some point. They had asked us outright if they could have that one. Fine with me, ours had a nice double closet. Anyway, within weeks of living here, we noticed small, unexplainable things go on there. My sister came over to help me paint the bathroom one afternoon. We put a CD in the CD player and sat it on the dining room table. One track comes on and my sister says how much she hates this song. I said, "Too bad, I love it." And not 10 seconds later it turns off. Or so I thought. I walk over and it's very clearly still spinning. It hasn't paused or skipped or anything. I see that the volume dial is all the way down though. I don't know how a dial turns itself down, but my sister laughs and says something about how there's a ghost here who doesn't like that song either. So I turn the dial back up and go back to painting. This thing seriously turned its own dial back down to 0 volume 2 or 3 more times during this one song. It was funny once, but after that it was a little unsettling. The player never did that again for as long as I had it. A couple of months later, I wake up in the morning and see some random DVD cases and box sets on our bedroom floor. Maybe 4 or 5, all from different shelves of the DVD tower. Not like the tower itself tipped, because that would have made a much bigger mess. The tower was also pulled like 4 inches out from the wall. It wasn't like that before bed. Never figured that out either. It was only the one time. A few more months go by with little strange things like that for my husband and me, but apparently things were much more uncomfortable for our roommates in their room. They totally regretted asking for the room that they did. The girlfriend says there's just a creepy feeling in there at times. The boyfriend says he feels a male presence in there he gets a bad feeling from. But we've been there less than a year. What are you gonna do? We put up with it. Morning trips to the bathroom find random items placed in the middle of the bathroom floor for no reason. Roommates ask me to stop shutting their bedroom door every night while they're sleeping because it gets too hot in there. But I know it isn't me or my hubby shutting their door. One afternoon, I'm the only one home. Showered, dressed for work. My purse is on the bed, ready to go. I'm standing by my bedroom doorway, combing my hair. I just happened to be looking across the living room in the direction of my roommate's open bedroom door. It's kind of dark in there with their window shade down, so I can clearly see all the little red and green lights on the different appliances of the big old entertainment system set up on the wall next to their door. This black thing floats past the wall. I would say a shadow, but it was solid. It was blocking the rows of lights on the DVD and VHS players, TV, cable box, stereo, video game consoles, etc. as it moved past them. So as these little lights got blocked and then visible again, I can see how this mass is moving in the direction from their doorway to the back corner of the room. I froze. I put my comb down slowly, grabbed my purse without taking my eyes off the doorway, and got downstairs as fast as possible. Didn't brush my teeth. Didn't put on makeup. I didn't even remember locking the door on my way out. I just bolted to the car and raced to work, When I got there, I was still so stunned my coworkers said I looked like I saw a ghost. I told one of them, I think I did. Eventually, the couple my husband and I lived with were moved out. Not because of the strangeness in the house, as that was only sporadic, but because their relationship had gotten volatile and we couldn't all stay living together. Anyway, a high school friend of ours in need of a room moved in to help pitch in for rent. The very first week he's there, in the bad room, he tells us he doesn't like it. He feels a male presence in there and it's not benevolent. Now this is a 22-year-old, 6'5", black Dominican man who probably weighed 300 pounds at the time. And living in the places he had up until then, this man had seen some shit. But whatever was in there, he came to hate to sleep in that room. And he almost never stayed in the house if my husband or I wasn't there. Now, I have to add, this dude smoked a lot of weed back then. Not at the house, I don't think, but still. Enough to make us unsure about how bad that room really was. And what was just his imagination. Plus, I had told him about the weird things that would happen sometimes. So I could have sparked his imagination about something. But after he moved in, my sister slept over a couple times and stayed in our living room couch, just across from the roommate's doorway, and she absolutely could not sleep unless his door was closed all the way. The room was empty at night as my roommate worked the overnight shift as a security guard, but his door had to be closed for her to sleep. Just a bad feeling, she said. Well, one night, I'm the first one home from work at about 11:30 p.m. Roommate probably went in to work about an hour ago. Husband should be home in 15 minutes or so, and I'm in the kitchen making some late dinner when he comes in. I'm at the stove and I hear a light, scratchy noise coming from the dining room. I ignore it until it becomes a light tapping noise, and now my cat's ears are up. I follow my cat through the dining room to the laundry room. The tapping is definitely just behind the laundry room door. While I'm standing there deciding if a raccoon or something somehow got in there, it starts turning from tapping to knocking. Now the cat is ready to push open the door and investigate, but fuck that. Either someone is in there, or a wild animal is gonna give us rabies or something. So I put some heavy bags in front of the door to keep the cat from trying to open it. My husband calls, asking if he should stay at work at the hospital for some overtime. I replied, hell no. You get home right now. I'm about to call the police. There is someone or something big in our laundry room. So he's on his way home now, and the noise dies down again. It goes on and off for a little while. A minute of noise, a few minutes of quiet where I go back to making dinner. With every new round of noises, I'm getting more and more anxious, and the cat is ready to attack whatever it is. Until the banging starts. Now the knocking isn't just on the door. Now it's legit banging around all over the room. I'm about to shit myself and leave the house, but it quiets down enough again that my heart starts beating normally. I have a huge butcher knife in one hand, my phone in the other with the 9 and the 1 already punched in, just waiting by the door. A few minutes goes by and I'm starting to think an animal has tired itself out in there. Then it goes fucking wild. I can hear it all over the shelves. I can hear the tools falling onto the floor. The bottles of laundry detergent crashing onto the washing machine. I can just see it in my mind. Everything on the shelf being thrown around wildly. I'm paralyzed. My cat is cowering and paralyzed. When I get feeling back, I head towards the front door with knife and phone. Call the cat to follow me. And then it stops. It's absolutely silent. It's totally over. And I see the husband's headlights heading up the driveway. He walks in and hugs me till I stop shaking. We have to find out what's in that room now. He's 6'1" and was probably 275 pounds back then. So I'm hiding behind him with the knife, getting ready to help him tackle the burger or incapacitate a big-ass rabid fox or something. I can only imagine the mess in there. We get the door open and nothing comes out. Turn the light on and I'm telling you, not one damn thing is even out of place. Shelves are intact. Tools and laundry supplies are neat where they belong. I have no explanation for this entire event. It probably took me 3 days to go back into that room by myself. But after that, nothing weird ever happened again. Not in that room anyway. That experience from the laundry room sucked. But a few days later, I got over it and was able to use it regularly again. Nothing else ever happened downstairs, but the bedroom above it was still weird. Big, macho roommate would get freaked out because the cat wouldn't really go in there, but would sit at the doorway looking up in the back right corner of his room all the time, eyes wide and tail twitching. This was the back corner of the same wall I saw the black mass thing headed to from the doorway back when original roommates lived there. Roommate started getting uncomfortable there. He told us later that there was a disturbing male presence driving him crazy in there. He started bringing different girls home some nights to sleep in there with him. And really just staying away from home more and more until he finally moved out just about 8 months after he'd moved in. His family comes to visit ours a few times a year still, and to this day he doesn't like when I bring up the time we spent living there. Fast forward to mid-2008. We've got a 3-month-old boy now. And 2 days a week I'm also babysitting my sister's 6-month-old girl. Our son has the once haunted room, but now it's an adorable sailboat-themed nursery. Happy and light and uneventful, thank God. For months, the only weird things happening are that my niece is in my son's crib. She stands up and stares at that same corner my cat did, and puts her hand outstretched towards it like she's looking for someone to come down to her. Also, she had a bouncer in our living room that's allowed her to swivel around, and on more than one occasion, she would spin super fast around and around giggling, then make a dead stop facing the doorway, and would stare up in that corner for a few seconds, then go back to spinning and spinning, stop on a dime again to stare. We couldn't see anything there but an empty corner. It wasn't scary, just weird. By the time my son was about 6 months old, he was sleeping in his own room at night in the crib. No issues with that room since the last roommate moved out, except that the cat was still weirded out by it. In fact, one time the cat got closed in there. I don't know how. It's the only time that happened since he usually didn't even go in there. I heard him eventually, frantically scratching to get out, and when I opened the door, he shot out of there. There was diarrhea all over the floor right in front of the room. Poor kitty was scared half to death and totally shit himself. Baby was fine until about 9 months old, and then the bad nights started. Our usually happy baby boy could not sleep through the night anymore. We tried everything. I did the cry for 10 minutes, go in and pat his back, sneak back out, repeat thing for hours a night. I tried to lay on the floor next to the crib. It got to where nights were either spent completely sleepless trying everything out, or giving up and laying with him on the couch until he passed out on top of his dad or me. He was such a sweet and happy boy during the day, but this affected everything. If we were visiting somebody and it was dark out when we left their house, he would scream for the entire walk to the car until we got him in. Got the dome light on. Our 9-month-old was afraid of the dark already. This all went on for weeks, but it felt like years. One night, we got him to sleep as usual, and as usual, he woke up a little while later screaming bloody murder. Husband and I went in, and as soon as I picked him up, he started these heaving sobs. I bounced him, rocked him, his dad rubbing his head while I held him, and he calmed. I turned around to face the crib, and he starts screaming and flailing in my arms. I turn around, so now I'm looking at the corner, and of course there's nothing there, but he calms again. So now I'm starting to put it together. Over the next few minutes, we go back and forth between calming him down and letting him face the corner. And he screams every time he's facing that direction. He's putting his hand up, and out like he's trying not to be there. I'd had it by then. My husband is still skeptic, but something is happening that's unnatural and traumatizing, and I'm not keeping my baby in there. It can scare us and our roommates, but not the baby. Forget it. He slept in our room for the next week. The people I talk to about this difficulty at home are my parents, my husband's great aunt and his stepmother. They are all Christians, though not terribly superstitious, and surprisingly, they all believe me that something is wrong. My father offered to come help disassemble the crib and move it into the living room and get that room shut off. I declined shutting off the room just yet, but I could hardly believe that he was so serious about it, as he's a very logical man. This actually scared me more. My mother got a vial of holy water from my grandmother, which we put on top of the wardrobe in that corner. Husband's great aunt gave us a blessed mother medallion to hang over the crib. His stepmother suggested prayers to say over the baby at night. A couple weeks passed using all the various items and suggestions from the family, and some nights are better than others, so there's some hope. One night was terrible again. When my sister came to drop her daughter off with me the next morning, she asked what was wrong because I must have looked terrible. I gave as quick an explanation as I could, showed her the things we've been trying, and she goes, "No, this is ridiculous." She walks into my son's room, looks straight up in the bad corner, hands on hips, foot stamped down, and with all her 5'1" Irish fury says, "You have to go. I don't know who you are or what the fuck you are, but this is not your room anymore. This is my nephew's room. It's his now, and you're scaring the shit out of him. Wherever you came from, you have to go now." You guys aren't going to believe me, but that's the legit end of my story. Nothing else happened. I kept the religious items in there just in case they were helping. But for all the years of bullshit, not one thing ever happened after that. The following is a true story that happened in the early 1990s when I was about 14 and lived with my parents. When I was about 13, my dad worked for a government contractor, and his work moved us from our hometown to another location that was about 200 miles away. To me, it seemed like out in the middle of nowhere. We moved over my 9th grade year, but my dad moved first to find a place for us to live while our old house was sold. We ended up staying in a rental for a short period of time so that my parents could find the right house. Where we lived before, my hometown was a suburb and super expensive at the time. But where we moved to, the land and homes were a lot cheaper. So my parents took advantage and bought a huge home. We went from a single-story, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house to a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2-story home. I didn't get to see the house before my parents put the offer in, as they went home shopping while I was at my new school. I remember when they drove by for the first time to show us the new house. It looked like a mansion compared to our other house. Although I missed all my friends and my old neighborhood, this house from the outside looked so cool. It was in the oldest part of the city, as there was a lot of new construction going up all around, but my parents apparently got a really great deal on this home. Once we went inside, I knew why. It was evening when my parents got the keys to the new house, so by the time we met the realtor and drove over to the new house, it was dark outside, which made it all the more creepy. When we walked inside, it was like a time capsule. Everything looked like it was frozen in the 1960s. It also had a funny smell. The place had been vacant for years. Much later, I found out that, in fact, the place had been sitting vacant for almost 8 years before we bought it. Even before that, it was odd that the previous owners or tenants never updated anything in the house. For example, there was shag carpet everywhere. It was in some rooms avocado green, and in other rooms it was more of a burnt orange. All the appliances were from the 60s, and the paint in the rooms were all weird colors. It looked like it was a crash pad for hippies. My dad was very handy, so immediately they got to work renovating the house, having extended members of our family in different fields like flooring, painting, and carpentry. My dad called in a lot of family to help. Eventually, the house was completely renovated and we moved in. Now, I always felt uneasy in certain parts of the house. I could never explain it, but things like shadows, lights turning off and on, even my sister's hairdryer turning on at 2 a.m. one time. The thing that happened the most was footsteps. I would hear footsteps coming up from the stairs at night when everything was quiet. Fast forward a year after we moved in, I was the first to notice something odd in the house. This started when I asked my parents to move to an upstairs room because it was bigger and had a walk-in closet, so they agreed. I started thinking about how the house was laid out upstairs. You see, there was a great open room that was the majority of the upstairs, and we used it as a family room. At the end was a hallway that went to 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, but the layout didn't make sense as there was a void behind the door on the other room that was adjacent to mine in the bathroom. There was almost enough room for another bedroom, but that space went out over the garage. So one day I drew our house like a diagram and couldn't figure out why there was such a big void. I asked my dad and he shrugged it off. So one day I went outside to that side of the house and noticed something odd. There was once a window there. It was covered up by some big vent-looking thing and a sloppy patch of stucco. At this point, it was super curious and studied the layout again and noticed that the wall on the other side of the bathroom had a patch of drywall in the shape of a doorway. I was right. There was another room. But why did someone close it off? Obviously, my dad would have killed me if I broke open the drywall, so I had an idea and wasn't sure if it would work. But one day, when my parents were away visiting my aunt and uncle, I opted to stay at home alone. I knew they would be gone for hours because of the distance. I figured that if I went up to the attic crawl space above the garage and broke through the drywall there, my dad might not notice that I did that, as I doubt he ever went up there. I grabbed some tools and began cutting through the drywall. Eventually, I made an opening big enough to crawl through between the studs. I was right. I entered another room of the house. I was half excited and half terrified. I was excited that I was right, but after looking around the room, it was obvious that it was a bedroom at one time. The walls were an old paint color, and the carpet had been pulled up, so there was no carpet or padding. Just the strips that tacked the carpet around the walls. I could see where they closed off the doorway, and there were no doors to the closet in that room either. It looked like at one time posters were on the wall, but had been ripped off. And the only other thing I found in there were cigarette butts and old beer cans with the pull type tab. So it must have been from either the early 80s or late 70s. Like I saw from the outside, the window was removed and some metal vent was nailed into place to cover the opening. I only had a cheap flashlight with me, and even though it was during the day, that room seemed very dark inside. I started feeling really creepy inside it, and the smell was a very old, musty smell. I got out of there and tried to make an excuse for going up in the crawl space. So I started moving boxes of old junk up there so I could tell my parents I was cleaning their garage and found it. When my parents got home, I made up a story that I was putting boxes and noticed a hole and made it a little bit bigger to see and found the room. They didn't get mad, but almost disappointed, like I stumbled on a secret. They eventually came clean that the realtor told them about the room, so I was like, hey, let's open it up and make this a 6-bedroom house. My dad said no, just leave it alone. Okay. Eventually, time passed, and on occasion I would take friends up there to see the mystery room. After that opening, things in the house just got even creepier. Like the footsteps going upstairs and walking upstairs would be even louder. There were shadows that you would see in the dark. One time, a family friend screamed because she saw a woman in a mirror as she was walking up the stairs and thought it was my mom, but when she turned around it went away. Another time, a friend was sleeping over in the other room and he ran outside in the middle of the night, so scared that he went out of the house in his boxers and said someone was whispering in his ear. When I was about 16, I happened to talk to an older neighbor. He mentioned that he was one of the original owners in that neighborhood. So I asked him about my house, and he mentioned something that the son who used to live there went to prison back in the early 70s. He wouldn't go into details, but just said really sad and don't let drugs ruin your life. I looked up old newspapers and stuff in the library, and only found an article about a teen who killed a family member and attempted to kill his parents before he was arrested. My family moved out shortly after I turned 17, and I never went back into that house again. This story happened when I was around 11 or 12. It was a very long day where me and my family had run many errands. Whenever I got home, I was exhausted. After watching YouTube for a little while, I fell asleep. Now, the next part is the scary part. I woke up, and right when I did, I saw a shadowy figure standing over me. It was all black and gray circles where his eyes should have been. I was terrified. I felt it pull my blanket off my body and onto the floor. Mind you, my eyes were closed when I saw this, but I was very much awake. I kept my eyes closed in hopes it would think I was asleep and would leave. While this was happening, I couldn't move my body at all. After a few seconds of seeing this figure, it was gone, but I was still scared, thinking it was still there. Even though it was gone from my sight, I eventually decided to be brave and open my eyes. When I did, the blanket was still on me, the YouTube was still on, and there was no figure. Yet it felt so real. I felt the blanket being pulled off my body. I haven't told anybody about this experience, and I've not seen the figure since, and I hope that I never do. I live in the Midwest. Around the age of 15, I had contracted mononucleosis. Mono. I was very sick, dehydrated, had an incredibly horrific time of breathing. I had been rushed to the ER, brought home again with medicine, something called Tylenol with codeine. This was the mid-1980s. Through my feverish days and complete torturous nights, I saw a man in my room. He was dressed in a black cape with a top hat. He mostly just stood in my room. Sometimes he went downstairs, but I could hear him come back up. Heavy feet on each step as he ascended to my room in the pre-dawn hours. If I didn't acknowledge this cloaked man with the top hat, he'd put his face very close to mine and yell my name, followed by a slap across my face with his hand. I'd wake up fully with a stinging sensation on my face from where I was struck. Eventually, these assaults lessened. I recovered from mono. I went to college after high school graduation, and these late-night instances of screaming my name followed by a slap to the face decreased to maybe once a month. I didn't like it, but it was tame compared to what I had been through. I couldn't deal with it. In my first apartment after college graduation, my older sister moved in with me. She liked playing with the Ouija board. I played with her, but would get violent headaches. We still played. We were planning a movie to a new apartment, and she asked this entity we frequently had contacted with the Ouija board to come with us to the new apartment. I threw the planchette across the room and screamed at her. How could she be so dumb? How could she even think it was right to ask an entity to follow us? I screwed up. We didn't close the board. The planchette was cracked, one side missing. The yelling of my name, the slaps to my face ramped up in our new apartment. The cloaked man with the top hat began his visits again, frequently at night. Then I met an incredible man named Lucky. He was right out of Jamaica and living in the apartment building where I lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I never said one word to him about what was happening, but he must have known. He gave me a specific incense sticks to burn. He made me a wooden bird, a seagull, to hang in my apartment. If you pulled on a cord, it would flap its wings gracefully, as if it was in flight. Absolutely beautiful. Lucky also caught a bat, put it in a cage, and placed it in my apartment for 3 nights. I don't know about Jamaican rituals. I just know that this amazing man, dreadlocks with a sing-song voice, beat the entity, disabled it, and ended it. Thank you, Lucky. Since then, I've never been visited, screamed at, nor slapped by the cloaked man with a top hat since. This happened to me when I was around 10 or 11 years old back in the early 1990s. Every summer when I was a child, my mother would send me and my younger brother to stay with our cousins in Mexico. It was always a great time. We would spend countless hours playing, going to the beach, eating delicious food, and renting movies. We would normally all sleep in the same room, but on this particular night, an argument ensued between me and my cousins, and they kicked me out of the room. Myself, also displeased with them, was just fine with that and decided to sleep in the living room where everyone else slept in their respective rooms. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m. or 11 o'clock. Managed to fall asleep within minutes. Sometime during the night, I don't know the exact time, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m., I heard someone knocking on the back door, which led to a back room which was used for storage. That part of the house was under construction, and a construction crew was coming every day to work on that room, and they were supposed to build a wall and close that room up, which at the moment was open and anyone could have access to. Now I heard the knocks followed by pleadings saying in Spanish, "Miss, please open. Please open. Please." Like I said, I was sleeping in the living room, which was located on the front area of the house, and the knocks were coming from a room that was all the way down the hall. On both sides of the hall were different rooms, which is where my aunt and uncle slept with my cousins. I was concerned about the pleadings and wondered if the man needed help, but I was also perplexed about the fact that no one else seemed to hear what I was hearing. I actually mustered the courage to get up and investigate, made my way down the hall, and actually attempted to open the door. I twisted the handle several times and the door would not open. All the while, this man continued to plead for someone to open the door. I even attempted to talk to him and said, "Hello? Sir? Do you need help?" But he didn't respond, just continued to plead for someone to open the door. As I was unable to open the door, and also becoming a little frightened, I decided to run back to the sofa bed and get under the covers. Not long after that, I passed out. The next morning, everyone was up. Auntie was cooking breakfast, and my cousins were no longer mad at me. I was ready to tell them about my experience the night before, while we all gathered and sat at the table. But I decided to wait and see if anyone else would mention anything about it, and being surprised, no one did. It seems I was the only one who heard from the man that knocks. Summer came to an end, and I was getting ready to say goodbye to my cousins. I was getting ready to have one more ball game with my cousins. The construction crew had also finished the construction of the house, and they were sitting, chatting, and drinking some beers. My cousin kicked the ball a little too hard, and it went long. One of the construction men saw the ball coming and picked it up. He made his way to me as I ran towards him. He said, "Here's your ball," and I said, "Thank you." As I grabbed the ball from him, he then asked, "Why didn't you open the door for me, little girl?" I ran like hell back to my cousins. My mother picked me and my brother up shortly after that. I continued to go back there a couple more times for the summer, but thank God I never saw that man again. I've had my fair share of terrifying events in my life, sometimes from people wishing to do me harm, and other times from inexplicable, supernatural phenomena. Most people would just chalk up to dreams, hallucinations, or an active imagination. This story is of the latter. When people think of supernatural terror, they often equate it to demons, poltergeist, and other things that would go bump in the night. But I can tell you that real fear can come from the other side of the spectrum. It was my sophomore year of high school. My best friend and I had driven up a mountain to a party and were driving back to my house at around midnight or 1 a.m. My car was on E, and I was so nervous we would run out of gas that I coasted all the way down the mountain. We got onto the highway that would take us back home and started driving. It was dark as there were very few streetlights on this stretch of highway, and there were no other cars out either. The highway ran parallel to a railroad track. We drove for a bit, listening to music and chatting. At some point, recognizing how dark it was and the absence of other cars, I flipped on my high beams. The light illuminated the street in front of us, and my friend said something like, "Holy crap, what is all of that?" The street in front of us was stained red, as if someone had splattered gallons and gallons of dark red tomato sauce all over it for 100 to 200 meters. Then my friend said, "Holy shit, man, look at all that." A few meters ahead of us, dotting the red-stained ground, we saw whitish-gray chunks, some the size of a can of food, others the size of a human torso, dozens of them strewn across the lane. I had to slow down and drive around some pieces. My friend and I were both freaking out at this point, wondering what the hell we were seeing and driving through. After the chunks, the red stains quickly faded and we felt relieved. We rationalized that it was probably a deer carcass. It was really common for deer to cross that street. Perhaps a deer had been hit by one car and fell dead in the lane. Then another car, perhaps a semi-truck, also common in that area, in the dark of night had come and run over the body with all 18 wheels, dragging it and tearing it up in pieces. Or maybe a semi just hit a deer and this was the outcome. Either way, that made some sense to us. We got back home without further issue, and I remember getting out to check my tires to see if they were covered in blood or had bone fragments stuck in the tread. Everything looked fine. My friend went to his car and headed home, and I went to bed. That next morning, I went upstairs for breakfast, and my mom asked if I had heard about the car accident. I said I had not, and asked her to explain. Apparently, that same night, a group of 3 to 4 teenagers from my school had driven onto the train tracks along the highway and somehow got stuck there. The police thought they must have been drunk because they stayed in the car even when a high-speed freight train appeared in the distance. The train apparently hit the car so hard that some of the kids, or at least parts of them, were thrown several meters away. The car was pushed along the tracks for some distance, and there were no survivors. I remember the hair on my arms and neck standing on end as my mom told me this. I asked her, not really sure if I wanted to know, what time all of this happened. She said sometime around midnight. She added that it was not reported to the police for several hours after it happened. I remember feeling sick to my stomach, thinking I had potentially driven through the bloody remains of those kids from my school. I, of course, called and told my friend about the story. We both thought it was too coincidental for those two things to happen just meters apart and not be, in actuality, one and the same. So this story took place when I was 19 years old and lived with his mom and dad in a nice neighborhood. By nice, I mean safe, not snazzy and rich. There was never any crime, and the most crime was teens thinking that they were cool for vandalism, or like someone throwing a rock at a parked car window. So when the events of this took place, it shocked everyone in our community to our cores. I went to school one day, and I was really nervous due to the fact that I wanted to ask my crush out. Let's call her Liz. Liz was a pretty girl who I had been good friends with for a long time, and who I eventually grew to have a crush on. When the first bell rang, I had gone up to Liz, as she was on her way to science, and asked if she wanted to hang out sometime this weekend because it was a Friday. Liz seemed so ecstatic at that idea, and agreed, saying, "You should come over to my house later, because my parents won't be home until tomorrow. Let's say around 7:30. I was so happy I couldn't hold it in, so I agreed and rushed to my class where I told my friends, let's call them Jack and Ben. They were so proud that I asked her out. I was so happy for the entire day when, on my way to Spanish class, the janitor, a tall, white, scruffy old man who could have been my grandfather because of his age, was staring me down at the end of the hallway. I shrugged it off, thinking that he mistook me for another student. After school, I had entered the janitor's thick brown eyes kept on popping into my head, making me feel like I was always being stared at. When I got home, I told my dad, who was the only parent home, because my mom was away on a business trip, that I was going to Liz's house later. He said that it was fine, and I played a few video games with my friends to pass the time till I got ready to leave to go to Liz's. When I arrived at her house, she immediately pulled me in the door as she had some pop music playing out of her speaker. And she was dancing, saying stuff like, "This is a good song, right?" Or, "Do you like dancing?" I replied every time with simple stuff like, "Yeah, I do," or "Not really." We danced, listened to the songs for a good 40 minutes, when she said she was going to go upstairs and get changed, and that she would order pizza when she was done. I waited on her couch for 15 minutes, texting my friend when she told me that she thought she saw someone in her garden. So trying to impress her, I went outside and there was no sign of anyone being there, except an open gate near the back of her garden leading to an alleyway which I then locked. She and I relaxed on her couch watching Netflix films until 1 a.m. I still kept getting a weird feeling that I was being watched, but I thought nothing other than paranoia. She told me that she was tired and that we should go upstairs to her room to sleep. I followed her, thinking that we were just going to cuddle, because I was a fool. We did cuddle, but that was after we had done the devil's tango. We stayed up for 20 minutes more till we both fell asleep. We heard a loud crash from her downstairs windows. We both jolted up, put on our nearest clothes, mainly just a t-shirt and shorts. We crept downstairs, hearing or seeing nothing. She seemed visibly scared. I sprinted upstairs to grab my phone, but in her room she had a big mirror wall closet type thing, and in the reflection behind me, I see the janitor staring back at me from a crack in the door to the bathroom outside her room. I immediately physically jump down the stairs and grab her hand as we run into her neighbor's house and call the police. The police come less than 3 minutes later and find the janitor sniffing through her underpants drawer. They arrested him under the charges of breaking and entering, endangerment of minors, and attempted murder. You might be wondering why attempted murder and endangerment of minors. Because the police found photos of both me and Liz in his bag he left in the bathroom. A set of tools ranging from a meat bludger to a set of pliers, and a list stating what he was going to do with both of us, with such graphic materials that I can't even state them here. Where I lived, anything to do with minors was a very serious thing, and he got sentenced to 50 years in prison with no chance of getting out on good behavior. I'm 24, and I'm now living with Liz. We're planning on getting married next year. This was my nearest death experience. I was a pretty and relatively smart 15-year-old girl. A good kid who did well in school despite a tough childhood. I was working at an amusement park full-time during the summer. The area I lived in could be sketchy, but having grown up with little to no adult supervision, I was used to trying to look out for myself. My father was out of town, mother was long out of the picture, and my sister, 3 years older, and myself were staying at our home alone. I finished work at 11 p.m. when the park closed and walked home by myself as I usually did. It wasn't far, perhaps 10 minutes. I arrived home. My sister was still out somewhere, and I got ready for bed, putting my pajamas on and crawled into bed. I was starting to fall asleep, but heard a small noise. I didn't know what it was, but it didn't seem like the usual house noise. My bedroom was on the second floor, with stairs leading up. I didn't hear anything after that noise, didn't investigate. I just chalked it up to nothing. I started to fall back asleep when I heard what sounded like hesitant footsteps on the stairs. I was instantly awake. But in my mind, it was my sister coming home and climbing up the stairs where her bedroom was. Still in bed, I yelled out, "Wendy, Wendy, is that you?" I heard nothing back. I yelled again, "Wendy, is that you?" Nothing. More footsteps. I was petrified, but as I tell the story to this day, I don't understand some of my reactions that night, so I really can't explain them. I got out of bed, opened the ajar bedroom door fully, and went out to the stairs, where I stood at the top. Below me, about halfway up the stairs, was a man that I had never seen before. He looked to be in his early 20s, a little taller than my 5'7", but not a big guy, but he was solid with blonde curly hair. I asked him what he was doing. His reply was a garbled mess, something along the lines of, "Where's Wendy? My mother told me not to get mixed up with women. Where's Wendy?" From his manner and wild-eyed look, he seemed like he may have been doing drugs. He had followed me home from the park and was asking "Where's Wendy?" in response to my calling out for her. For some reason, I got very angry, not just scared. I started screaming at him to get out of the house. That I was going to call my father and Wendy, and he needed to just get out. To my surprise, he did. He turned around, ran back down the stairs, and I didn't see where he went after that. But it turns out he must have left. I have no idea how he got in, but he was definitely there for me. That's why he followed me. Not burglary or anything else. He was looking to rape and who knows what else. I think the only reason he left was because he had no idea where my sister Wendy was. Thought she was in the house, and it was an added complication to him getting caught. I was so shaken. I stayed up the rest of the night. I didn't call the cops, didn't call a friend. The only person I told was my sister the next day. I don't know why. I just sat in a rocking chair, clutching my cat, rocking and crying, staying awake till the next morning. My sister never did come home that night. She stayed at a friend's and came home the next day. This happened 35 years ago. I never told anyone other than her until now. I wasn't sure where to post this, but I needed the validation that I'm not insane. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I can't explain this. I'm in college, and me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip. We had 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold, and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples, and then 2 college-age girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other. We set up camp further away from everyone else. I've always been able to sense energies of places, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual one-person tents, and we formed kind of a cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest. because this backpacking site was like a big cleared off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m. and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it sounded like just two legs. I can't make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent and then just stopping. Then, after a period of time, would move on to walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a sort of heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for hours, and it seemed like I was the only one awake. Out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent, although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up. It was like a warm glow, and it didn't move like a flashlight would. I was paralyzed in fear. I simply couldn't believe it was an animal. At some point, I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she heard the footsteps and noises as well, admitting it was bizarre and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said he also noticed the light that came on, but thought it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night. I've heard things about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and now I believe it. Some people on Reddit have leaned towards Bigfoot, because apparently he is associated with light orbs. Never been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, this didn't feel like just any animal. Definitely didn't feel like something like a bear. I grew up in a small, rural town where nothing ever happens. The sort of place where it wasn't unusual to leave your doors unlocked, and your closest neighbors are a mile or so away from your house. Our family also had this giant old cat, Tag, who was a bit of a drama king, but we loved him. One summer, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, the cat starts going ballistic. Tag generally slept in my room curled up next to me until I fell asleep, and then would get up to doing whatever cat things he did at night. Occasionally he would meow or try to wake me up on unfortunate nights when I could see the bottom of his food bowl and needed a midnight snack. Usually, if I ignored him, he would give up or rarely go try to wake up my mom instead. This night, however, he bangs against my parents' bedroom door until he gets in and is meowing loud enough to wake us up. Our bedroom doors were next to each other, and I call to Tag to come to bed because it's about 2 a.m. He's having none of it and is carrying on. My mom gets up, goes down to the kitchen, and then huffs back up with Tag on her heels still meowing insanely. She said his bowl had plenty of food and he just walked over to the door of the kitchen. Tag was an indoor/outdoor cat, but had his own cat door through the garage, so there was no need for one of us to let him out. My mom said my brother must have left the kitchen door open and just the screen door was shut, but she wasn't holding it open forever for the cat to just stand there and not go out. She shut the kitchen door and went back to sleep, firmly shutting her bedroom door this time so Tag couldn't let himself back into their room. I always kept treats for him in my room and offered him one, but he was still meowing at their door trying to get them up. I grabbed him and bring him into my bedroom and shut the door to get him to sleep. I lay in bed trying to go back to sleep and Tag meows at my door wanting back out. I finally open my door and he bolts back downstairs towards the kitchen, and that's when I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I have 3 older siblings, though, and someone is always up watching TV or running to the bathroom, so I think nothing of it. The cat finally falls back into my room, but instead of curling up in my armpit like usual, he sat on the bottom of my bed staring at my door. I fell asleep until morning when some commotion wakes me up and I pad down to the kitchen to find my parents on the phone with the police. They got up as usual to get ready for work. While making coffee, my mom went to grab her rings from the little jewelry dish she had by the sink, because she would take them off in the evenings to rinse dishes and load the dishwasher, but discovered the dish was empty this morning. Small town, so the sheriff sends a deputy over, and when my dad walks out to meet them, sees the ATV is missing up from out back. The key is off the key ring. My brothers are all up at this point too, and we were all freaked out that while we were sleeping, some robber came in and removed the ATV key, saw an opportunity to take my mom's rings. They were asking if we had any clue when it happened, and my parents say no. My mom asked my middle brother, who was a freshman in college and home for the summer that time. He ended up off the couch last night, and if he had heard anything. He said he went to bed at 10 or 11 and asked what she meant, as his bedroom was in the basement and he wouldn't have heard anything in the kitchen. She said, "But you were in the living room off the kitchen when I went to feed the cat and shut the door. You left open, and I told you not to sleep on my couch and go to your bed as I went back upstairs." He told Mom he was in the basement since dinner and never went out or came upstairs again. He watched a movie in the basement living room before going to bed in his own bedroom. She goes white and realizes that the cat must have been trying to warn us someone came into the house, and the robber dove onto the couch and covered up to hide when she came to the kitchen and exited after she went back to bed. The cops said for someone to be so brazen, they probably knew our family, knew our habits, but didn't count on the cat being so overprotective, and had probably intended to steal more but was afraid the cat may wake up the whole house. It's been over 20 years since this happened, and the robber was never caught. But it is unnerving to think it was probably someone who had been to our home before as a friend. Thank God for our cat. It was nearing Christmas of 2021, and by that, I mean that it was mid-November. I live in the US, so Christmas and holiday items tend to go up in October. Being that I was a 16-year-old female at the time, I always tried to get my shopping done early because a lot of my gifts were handmade. Some background. There are a lot of shops, small grocery stores, as well as the local uptown within walking distance of my house. It was the uptown where this occurred. One of my brothers, Anthony, was really into music and learning different instruments. So I decided to go to the specific store in the uptown that sold music supplies. Because of my schedule, I wasn't able to go until well after 4 o'clock, which is when the sun started to set. In hindsight, I shouldn't have tried to go out, but I was desperate enough to finish my gift shopping by the first week of December. I stopped at a local Dollar General to get some paint I ran out of, then across the street to the uptown for Anthony's music supplies. While crossing the street, I saw a large brown truck stopped at the intersection. I hadn't seen a truck of that color in tow or ever before, so I was pretty noticeable. I also noticed that it was turning into the uptown's parking lot, same as me. One thing about our uptown is that the majority of it is bars and restaurants, so there were quite a lot of people mingling around some of the bars. It did make me a bit nervous, but the music store was close, so I just decided to tough it out. As I was entering the store, the brown truck slowly crept by me. I was kinda spooked, but figured whoever was just being careful of the people. The store didn't end up having what I needed, so I placed an order for the following week and left the shop. By now it was well into dusk. As soon as I left, I saw the truck parked right outside the store. I brushed it off as that they were just in the store next to me and went to leave. As soon as I turned my back, I saw the lights of the truck go on and the engine roared to life. I basically peed myself right there. I turned to look at who was in the car, but the windows were so heavily tinted that I didn't know they were able to see. The car pulls out and slowly creeps toward me, and I'm paralyzed. I figured I was going to be kidnapped and murdered right then and there. I found my nerve to run where the car was only 6 feet away, and I booked it down the sidewalk. The car started to go faster to match pace with me, and the people from the bars didn't seem to notice or care. I was crying at this point, and I didn't know what to do. Then, when I saw my saving grace, I saw 2 ladies, a little younger than my mom, outside a coffee shop that just closed. They spotted me too, and I took a chance to run up behind them and told them the situation. The pink shirt coffee lady had to leave, but gave the key to the lady in the blue shirt, who offered to let me stay inside the cafe until my mom could come get me. The brown truck drove past a few times, but then gave up and left the way it came in. My mom showed up minutes later. I thanked the blue coffee lady for her help, and I still go to their shop regularly. Thank you so much to the pink and blue coffee ladies, because you probably saved my life. And to the people driving that brown truck, let's not meet. I've had creeps tailgate me or try to grab my attention on the road, and I usually just ignore them, which usually always works. But the guy in this story takes the golden medal. My shift starts in the afternoon, and I was feeling off for most of the day. A beautiful, sunny day, mind you. You know, one of those days where you drag yourself out of bed to start adulting. I decided to lift my mood up, so I wore something new that I had. A beautiful, creamy white faux fur vest, and I hit the road. I looked like $1,000,000. Feel like $1,000,000, right? Maybe not. I played some piano tracks and hope that I'll get out of this funk. I just needed something to comfort me, and those 2 things didn't cut it. While I was driving to work, I decided to grab a drink. An iced, crisp green tea will definitely lift my spirits. There were 2 branches of a famous coffee shop. I could have gone to the first one with the drive-thru, but they use a pretty crappy tea brand as they ran out of the good stuff. So I had to go to the one that was inside a mall. Anything to feel better, right? I parked my car and I saw a private fleet of black SUVs, making it difficult to view the entrance. This is important later. I grabbed a cold bottle of water and headed to the counter. I paid for my drink and got a cherry lollipop, because why not? While waiting for my drink, and once I got it, I started walking out. I had to pass a fountain in the courtyard before I could reach the exit. I slowed my pace as I noticed that I was walking too fast. I felt a bit off, but brushed it off. As I passed between the SUVs, a bus shot through quickly. I stopped in shock as I almost walked in its path. This didn't make me realize what was happening, as I got distracted and wasn't aware of my surroundings. As I walked further, I had to pass an area where there isn't anyone. It was shaded, but still outdoors. Almost like under a bridge-style building, if that makes sense. This was the way to my car. I noticed that I wasn't aware of my surroundings till I heard footsteps on my right. Then I saw a man in my peripheral vision walking and matching my speed. At first, I thought he was in a uniform, so I assumed he was a part of the cleaning staff in the mall. It felt off, but I told myself that I was being paranoid and overthinking things. Next to my car, on my left side, was a woman with a child, who were getting into their car. This'll make sense later. I was sandwiched between my car and hers. I was getting my keys out of my fur vest, and then I had to turn around in order to open my driver door, as I was a bit ahead of it. Once I turned, I saw a man standing. Looked like in his late 30s. Skinny. Average height. He had a dark blue baseball cap with sunglasses, a gray shirt with some print on it, and black sweatpants. He was wearing Crocs with socks. He was so close that it took me by surprise and I was startled. But being nice and polite is in my blood, so I assumed nothing. The first thing he said was, "Why are you afraid?" I told him that I wasn't and asked him what he wanted. "Is your car for sale?" he said, grinning. I said no. Then he started to ask about how my day was going and stuff along those lines. The heck? I don't know you. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. I smiled as to not escalate the situation.
I knew I had to do something. He was blocking my way to the mall entrance, and if I decided to go the other way, which is a pretty large shaded parking lot with few people standing here and there. "It was nice to meet you, but I gotta leave," I said while smiling. "Give me your phone number," he said bluntly. I just repeated the same phrase and took a step closer to my door as I didn't want to show him that I was afraid. I was shitting bricks at that moment, and he said something that made me want to crawl out of my skin. "Give me your phone number so I don't have to chase you around in my car." At this moment, I knew I had to move fast, so I opened my door and ignored him. He kept talking, and I wasn't sure what he was saying as it felt muffled. My anxiety was higher than the tip of Mount Everest now, and I was hit with this realization that even in public spaces and in broad daylight with people around, you can lose your sense of safety in a split of a second. I closed the door quickly and locked it. My fingers felt weak, but I managed to turn on the car. He kept knocking on my window. He was so insistent. I put my car in reverse, and I couldn't back out. The woman was halfway getting out of her parking spot, thus forcing me to wait. He kept knocking pretty hard and saying stuff. At that moment, I honestly couldn't even hear him. All I wanted to do was nope out of there. I was so afraid and just baffled. I had to look at the window to see when the road was clear so I could back out. He was standing in front of my window, rapidly knocking on it. I avoided making eye contact with him. Once the road was clear, I hit the gas pedal and sped off. I drove to random places while my eyes are fixed on my rearview window to make sure he wasn't following me. It was so hard to breathe as my chest felt so heavy and my heart was beating out of my chest. I was glad he wasn't there. This creep followed me around the mall and waited for the right moment that I was alone and threatened me to give him my phone number, and was totally unaware of how much of a creep he was. My therapist will definitely hear about this. And to the guy with the baseball cap and crops of socks, let's never, ever meet again. I started working at this pizza place when I was 17 years old. This was hands down the worst and best place that I've ever worked. The coworkers were like family, but the customers made my life hell. When I first started, I had a very crappy regional manager. He would smoke meth in the store and was never around. He also made everyone do his work for him. Anyways, he would disappear from the shift all the time, sometimes for hours. I would always end up finishing the shift and doing my closing list, and I would end up leaving before he would get back, all the time. It was frustrating because he would leave at the worst times, like the one in this story. One night, I was serving, and a group of men came in. There was about 4 of them. They were very flirtatious, but I didn't mind at first. Then they started taking pictures of me. They also whispered among themselves while pointing at me. I then started really getting freaked out. It wasn't like they were sneaky about it either. I went to tell my manager and he was gone. All the other coworkers were teenagers and I was the oldest one. I decided to just ignore them. I know it was dumb, but I was scared. The whole time they were there, they never stopped looking at me. They also didn't speak English very well, so if they were talking about me, I didn't know. They left after a while. It was about 2 hours after closing. I was finishing up, and I went to text my dad that I was coming home. I figured I was going to be finishing something up in like 3 minutes and be out the door. The thing about my dad, though, was he never slept until I got home. He waited for me every night. I was the last person there, and I grabbed my things and I walked out. I looked over at my car to see the men from earlier. They were parked in a car next to my driver's side door. They didn't see me yet. I tried to unlock the car from the passenger side, but I couldn't. I then decided that if I walked quickly enough to the driver's side, I could be able to go. My heart was racing. I knew they were there for me and only me. So I decided to be fast. They were all put out of the car in seconds. I quickly unlocked my door and one of them pushed it shut. They all grouped around me. They all told me that they would give me a ride. I was crying at this point, and they were just laughing. I said, no, I need to go home. I tried to open the door again, and they slammed it shut. I was freaking out. What did they want? I was trying to find a way out of this. I know I should have just grabbed my phone and called, but when your life is being threatened, you don't grab it. You run or fight. I personally decided to freeze. I stood there crying, trying to push past them and to get back into the restaurant, but one opened the back seat door. The others were pushing me in. I don't remember what they were saying at this point. I was so scared. Before I knew, my father came blowing in the parking lot. They quickly let me go and got in their car and sped off. My dad got out of the car, came up to me and asked what happened. I told him everything. He grabbed my arm and took me to his car. He wanted me to point them out because he didn't get a good look at their car. We drove around for a bit, but we couldn't find them. Come to find out that I stalled the men long enough for my dad to get worried. He decided to come see what was taking so long and came to the store. My dad and I decided not to go to the police. It was more like I decided. I was freaked out. I told my manager the next day, and he was pretty much not even concerned. He bought me a taser. That was about it. I never saw the group of men after that. I don't know who or where they are or anything of that nature. Still don't even know what they wanted with me. So, to the group of men that tried to kidnap me, let's never meet again. I'm Australian, and I was living in a pretty gross suburb in Victoria. It wasn't a good situation by any means, and I was using Tinder to meet new people, and hopefully have a reprieve from this everyday life for just a night or two. I matched with this one guy, let's call him Dorsey. His pictures showed up this beautiful Greek god-looking man. He said he was 6'5" in his bio, loved a lot of the same things as I did, and had a great sense of humor from what I could see. I was honestly shocked that he'd match with little old me, as I have quite an alternative appearance for an AFAB person, someone who was assigned female at birth, and didn't typically match with regular-looking guys. We started messaging, and I was pleasantly surprised by how well this conversation flowed. He asked if I wanted to get dinner, and I agreed. I gave him my address and got ready. I was feeling nervous, but mostly giddy. I finished getting ready and went outside to wait for him and have a smoke. I lived just off of Main Street, and would tense whenever a car slowed down to turn on my road. After about 10 minutes of waiting, a Kia sedan pulled up to the curb. I frowned a little bit, but assumed it was a visitor from one of my housemates. A guy stepped out of the car, no taller than 5'5" or 5'6", balding, dressed in khaki slacks with a perfectly ironed front seam down both legs, a crisp white button-up shirt, a plaid sweater vest, and goddamn boat loafers. Now, I don't mean to sound cruel or overly judgmental, but all of these items were on a man that couldn't have been older than 25. It was just a really odd outfit for someone so young, especially in the area that we were in. He spotted me and grinned, and I felt my heart sink. He called out my name and I nodded slowly, looking around and half expecting the real Darcy, the one from the pictures, to also get out of the car and tell me a friend or a relative gave him a lift. "Darcy?" I replied, my voice shaking and already clearly uncomfortable. He grinned even wider as he closed the distance between us, giving me a hug. I awkwardly patted his shoulder and pulled away as quickly as I could. You look nothing like your profile pictures, dude," I said straight off the bat. He winced and rubbed his neck, having the good graces to at least look sheepish. "Oh yeah," He kind of chuckled and made the hair on the back of my neck stand up for whatever reason. They're, old photos? He added, though it sounded like he was asking me. Right, I replied, looking him up and down. And you said you're 6'5"? You're not 6'5", hun. I said, literally looking down at him. I was, in fact, taller than this man. I'm 5'10" and had about a 2-inch heel to the boots that I were wearing, bringing me up to an even 6 foot. He had to crane his neck to look at me in the eyes. Yes, I am, he said indignantly, the tips of his ears glowing bright red. I couldn't help but laugh, one that just kind of escapes your lips, quickly slapping a hand over my mouth to stop it. Sweetheart, I'm 5'10". How can you be 6'5" if I'm taller than you? I managed after a moment. I watched as the realization dawned on him. My friends and family just told me I was a short 6'5", he said. I almost felt bad for revealing the truth to him. I knew I should have told him to go home, but I figured at least this would make a funny story, and he'd offered to pay for dinner, so I wasn't going to pass up on a free meal. We drove down to the local shopping center and ordered our meals at Nando's. The conversation wasn't bad, just kind of stilted, but I attributed that to it being a first date. The shock of him catfishing me, still not having worn off yet. I could see a couple of the other restaurant patrons looking at us both, and I tried my best to ignore it. We got our meals and went to sit down, chatting about nothing important. About 15 or so minutes into us eating, he'd asked me some question that I was in the middle of answering when he interrupted me suddenly with, "How do you feel about incest?" I nearly choked on the mouthful of food I was chewing, feeling dizzy all of a sudden. Are you asking out of curiosity or for future reference? I asked half-jokingly as I stared at him with an eyebrow raised. Oh, just out of curiosity, he answered, far too quickly, leaving the worst feeling in my stomach. I nodded slowly, drawing out how long I could chew the bite of food to prolong having to answer. It quickly turning to a gross mush in my mouth. I eventually had to swallow, so I didn't gag, and I took a sip of my drink to prolong it further. Okay. Well, I guess I see it as there are more than 7 billion people on this earth, and if you can't find someone who isn't directly related to you, you have a relationship with, you probably shouldn't be allowed at family gatherings, I answered, trying to keep my tone light and kind of joking. He didn't look very happy at my response, stabbing a couple of his chips a little too intensely with his fork. Well, what if they're in love? He bit back. Put my fork down and shook my head. I mean, I guess, I don't know. It's not for me, I said firmly, making eye contact to drive the point home. He nodded and let it go, and our conversation returned to less icky topics for a while. I was almost enjoying myself when he shat on that again. He'd asked me another innocuous question that I was in the middle of answering when he cut me off again with, well, how do you feel about bestiality? He said louder than his last question. The older couple sitting at a table over from us gave him disgusted looks, and I wanted to die in that moment. Again, are you asking me out of curiosity or for future reference? I asked, my voice strained. He answered far too quickly, making my stomach flip uncomfortably. Out of curiosity, he exclaimed, though literally every instinct told me that that was a lie. I sipped my drink again and tried to think of what to say. Well, I guess it's similar to my other answer. There are over 7 billion people on this earth. If you can't find a single human who'd like to copulate with you, you shouldn't be allowed into kennels, farms, zoos, aquariums, etc., I replied, my eyebrow raised as I stared him down. He looked away first, but still had the audacity to ask, but what if they're in love? I laughed out loud, not because I found it funny, but because what the hell else was I supposed to do? Please tell me you're joking. An animal cannot speak, much less give consent. That's disgusting, Darcy, I said, my voice pretty icy. He nodded and, thankfully, left it alone. The conversation kind of petered out after that, though he still tried to ask me questions and get me to engage. I was just too uncomfortable at this point, and honestly considered walking back to my house right then and there. I'd finished my meal pretty quickly and was waiting for him to finish his, convinced that he was eating painfully slowly on purpose. Now, for this next part, I have to explain a little. I'm a member of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee and was pretty badly depressed when this happened, so I hadn't been wearing a bra for a couple weeks. I'd put on one for our date, and there was a little demonte square in the middle of the two cups as a decoration. It was digging into my sternum, and I kept trying to adjust it without being really obvious about it. I must have grunted or made a face because he asked me what was wrong. Just the charm on my bra. It's digging into my skin, I replied, smiling a little. No biggie. He laughed and raised his eyebrows, looking directly at my chest. I mean, it doesn't look like you even need a bra, he replied, his voice joking, but with a hint of seriousness beneath it. I glared at him as I pulled my cardigan tighter around me, covering my chest entirely. And you just shot your chance to see. Why I do in the ass, I said coldly. He immediately went beet red and stumbled over a shitty apology. I ignored him and waited for him to finish his meal. We walked out to his car, quiet the entire way. As we approached his car, he threw me what I imagine was meant to be a coy smile, but it really looked more like he was trying to fart quietly. "What's wrong, princess? Cat got your tongue?" he asked in a sing-song tone. I shuddered at his choice of nickname, my skin absolutely crawling at this point. No, my mother taught me if I have nothing nice to say, then I need to shut up, I answered, my voice like icicles. He looked thoroughly taken aback, as though he had no idea why my demeanor had changed so drastically. "Could you please just take me home? Or I can walk, I don't mind," I asked, trying to soften my voice a little. He nodded, looking dejected. I was thankful for a very short drive from the shops to my house, and we were silent for most of it. He pulled up to the curb, and I went to open the door, but he hit the central locking button just before I could grasp the handle. My heart rate immediately picked up, and I felt panic clawing at my throat. I'm incredibly claustrophobic, and I have been trapped in a car in the past. I could feel my brain trying to flood itself with flashbacks, and I did all I could do to remain grounded and breathe. "Darcy, please open the fucking door," I said through my teeth. My eyes closed. "Do you want to come over to my house? I live on a farm. You can see my cute baby goats we have at the moment," he asked, sounding desperate. He put his hand on my arm, and I dead set nearly screamed, flinching away from it. He looked visibly hurt, but hit the unlock button. I practically fell out the car, feeling only a teeny bit overdramatic as I backed away from his car and my front path to the door. He sped off before I was even inside, and I had him blocked before I'd gotten to my bedroom. I locked and triple-checked the doors around my house, shaking so violently I thought my bones would rattle right out of my body. It wasn't like he was violent or tried anything more than touching my arm, but the accumulation of ick over the course of the 2 hours we were together made me feel slimy and ill. I've not heard from him since, and pray he no longer lives on that goddamn farm. So, to the creepy, catfishing, future podiatrist with far too much interest in incest and bestiality, let's never meet again. I'll start by saying that nothing could have prepared me for what I was going to discover the morning after a night out. It started as every other night would, Me and my family got ready to head to our local bar for a fundraising event. I had just turned 18 and was looking to have a chill night with friends and family. I knew most of the people there, so I was feeling really relaxed. While at the bar, I went to pay for my drink when the bartender told me it had already been paid for. When I went to see who paid for it, I saw my cousin's partner. He's around 12 years older than me, give or take. I gave him a quick wave and we did the normal niceties like, "Hi, how you doing?" It's important to note that I had barely spoken more than 2 words to him before he was usually quiet, or retreated to his room when we would go to visit my cousin. After saying thank you, I thought nothing of it. Nothing seemed off with our little interaction. By the end of the night, I had gathered my family together and told them I wanted to head home. At this point in time, I was still living at home with my mother. She had made plans to stay at my grandmother's that night, so I was going to go home and sleep. It was around 11:30 p.m. and I was outside having a smoke, about to head to my car. Just as I was about to head to my car, I heard someone call my name. So I turned to find my cousin's partner walking towards me. He asked if I was heading home for the night, which I thought was weird. So I said it's late, so I was calling it a night. Without skipping a beat, he mentioned the car that I drive and said he would see me around sometime. At this point, I got a bit creeped out, so I said goodnight and walked off to my car. There were plenty of people outside, so I wasn't really concerned. Once I got in my car, my phone went off and it was my mother. She was begging and pleading with me to go and stay at my grandmother's house for the night, saying that she had a really bad feeling. Initially, I was really annoyed. I just wanted to go home and go to sleep in my own bed, but she insisted. I couldn't understand why. I was used to being alone at home at night, but she wouldn't let it go. I hung up and started driving home. I couldn't be bothered going to my grandma's when my house was just down the road. I was tired and I just wanted to go home. Not even halfway home, my phone went off, so I pulled over to check it. It was my sister asking me to please stay at my grandma's house. I was pissed off at this point and decided it would be easier just to go to my grandma's house instead of arguing with my family. When I got to my grandma's house, everyone was asleep. Now I was really pissed off and went straight to bed. The night was uneventful, but I woke up in the morning to my family talking about how they all had a feeling of dread, which is why they didn't want me to go home alone that night. My mother and I left for home at lunch. I felt off as soon as we pulled into the driveway. Once I got to the door, I found a police card wedged into the door and I needed to call them ASAP. I went inside and found my mother's camera on the kitchen table. This was a huge red flag as it was in my bedroom before we left for the fundraiser. I went to my room to find my entire room had been ransacked. No other room in our house had been touched. My blankets had been pulled back and it looked like someone had been in my bed. My knickers drawer was wide open and some were also sprawled on the floor. Another camera of my mother's was also on the table where my TV was, which was directly opposite of my bed. Clothes were everywhere. By this point, I was losing my shit. If I had gone home, like I planned to all along, I would have made my way through the house and then crawled into bed without switching my lamp on. I had done this so many times previously, and I wouldn't have seen the state of my room at all. My mother gave them a call to find out what happened, and what she told me made my blood drain from my face. Police were alerted to a break-in at our next-door neighbor's house, when our neighbors found a man wandering inside their home. The man claimed he was my friend, and went into the wrong house, and they chased him out. Our house had a big 8 by 12 meter deck, which looked over my neighbor's home. They called police again when they spotted the same man having a smoke on our deck. Police arrived at our house at 2 a.m., but since I wasn't home, no one answered the door. They noticed the lights on, so they went inside to investigate. They made their way through the house and found a man hiding in my bedroom in the dark. He couldn't give a reason why he was there or why he was hiding in my room. They had arrested him and taken him to the station and wanted to know if we knew him. Turns out, it was my cousin's partner, and he had been hiding in my bedroom for over an hour, waiting for me to get home, because he knew I would be going home that night. My mother's gut feeling saved me from going home alone that night, and my neighbor's diligence helped to catch a creep. I always listen now without question whenever she has a bad feeling. Who knows what would have happened? All I know is that it wouldn't have been pretty. He was charged with breaking and entering and spent some time in jail before being released and moving out of the country. Always trust your mother's gut feeling, people. It sure saved me from having to deal with that creep. This happened around 2 years ago. I was on FaceTime with my now ex-boyfriend. It got to 3 a.m. and we decided to head to bed until we heard a terrifying scream, so loud I thought it came from my closet. I sat there in confusion, fright, and honestly just horror. I asked my ex if he also heard the scream, and he said he thought it was my mom. My mom is dead asleep. Plus, it came from outside. My sister then texted me. She had asked if I was awake and asked if I had heard the scream. I get up and run as fast as I can to her room, and she's curled up with her dog. She said that she thought it came from her closet, and I told her the same thing. She also said that her dog, who usually barks at everything, even us, doesn't bark. He woke up and started crying and shaking. We stayed in my room for the night, too scared to sleep by ourselves. We told my mom in the morning what we had experienced, and she blessed our rooms soon after. But I think it just made things worse.
Most of the neighbors on our street are friendly. We look out for each other. We text, chat, and say hello when we see one another. It's a sweet feeling of community. In the past, there had been one household that wasn't interested in being friendly with any of us. An elderly woman, mid-70s, we'll call her Maud, and her son, 50s, we'll call him Don. My partner and I would attempt to wave and say hello, only to be met with cold stares. Once my dog managed to slip out of his collar and run through their yard while Maud was out getting the mail. The glare that I received from her while trying to catch the dog left me with a feeling hard to shake. You know, that unexpected gut punch feeling when you become the object of a stranger's misery and hatred. Anyways, we learned quickly to stay out of her way. We barely ever saw Dawn. The blinds were always closed tight. They rarely left the house, and no one ever visited. The last time I saw either of them, at the beginning of August in 2021, Dawn was getting the mail while wearing blue latex gloves. I thought it was weird. In early October, one of our other neighbors reached out to ask if we had seen Maud or Don recently. We had not. Suddenly, we were all too aware that their grass was that over 3 feet tall. The mailbox was so full that it couldn't close anymore, and papers were spilling out into the street. Obviously, a welfare check was called. The neighbor, who had put herself in charge of directly communicating with the police, called shortly after the check and told us to sit down. Maud and Don were both dead and had been dead for around 6 to 8 weeks. It appeared to be a murder-suicide, the assumption being that he killed her. I paced the rest of the day in front of my living room windows, watching the crime scene van pull up, the officers in and out of the front door, taking breaks to somberly chat in the front yard. And then, after a few hours, out came the body bags. The smell was something I had never experienced before, and that I will never forget. The following weeks, I thought of how many times I had walked by that house with my son and dog, while 2 bodies had sat there rotting. I stayed up for hours, a few nights, trying to find out anything I could. Nothing. No news, no stories, no crime reports, nothing. So I dug into Maud's history. All I could find was that she had been buried in a field north of town, dedicated to the unclaimed. I kept a close watch on the house and researched the legal proceedings it would go through, since there was no kin. Looking at that house, I'd always felt cold and sad before, but now it also felt dark, haunted even. I became obsessed with Maud's story, with no way of getting answers. Her house just kept staring back at me blankly every single day. Back in the spring, my young son and I were out catching fireflies. We would stand still waiting for one to blink and run in that direction. It took us up and down the street multiple times. I know this is such a small, silly detail, but that night, I stared into Maud's yard for minutes at a time waiting to see a firefly, and I swear to God, not a single firefly blinked over there. I became so bothered by it that I stared longer, sure that if I just stared long enough I would see at least one, but nothing. Complete stillness and darkness. I told my husband that I hoped someone would buy the property and knock the house down. No one had any business living there now. Today, around a year after they died, the doors were opened, and people I hadn't seen before were in and out, carrying bag after bag of what looked like junk. I texted a neighbor and asked for intel. He said the house and all of its belongings had been collectively sold and bought at an auction 2 weeks ago. These were the new owners, probably getting ready to flip the house. I typically don't shove myself into situations, but I had just spent way too much time thinking about Maud, wondering who she was, why she was so angry, imagining what strange life her and her son had been living, and what their last moments were like. I knew I'd regret it forever if I didn't at least ask them what it was like inside. So I did, and they invited me in. One step into the front door, and more puzzle pieces fell into place. This was a hoarder home. There was barely anywhere to put my feet. Stacks upon stacks of old fine china, pots and pans, vintage books and records, knickknacks, and countless boxes filled with God knows what from floor to ceiling. The woman who had led me inside said, "The mattress where it happened is still here. Do you want to see it?" Slightly afraid that she'd think I was completely demented, but far more curious, I said that of course I wanted to see it. She led me to a bedroom through piles and leaning stacks of junk. She walked into a cramped, small bedroom with a twin-sized bed and pulled the blanket back. If you've seen what decomposition stains look like, then you can imagine what I saw. After processing, I asked, "So this is where Maud was found?" I think they were both in here. I'm trying to piece it all together. I haven't even started in the other corner bedroom, but I'm hoping it'll give me some answers. I'll be here organizing and sorting over the next few days. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. I told her that I would love nothing more. So after all of these months, I'm excited to have a chance to get some answers to everything I've been wondering, to get a sense of who Maud really was, to possibly find a way to honor what seems to have been a very sad life, to maybe get some clues into why her son murdered her. Her son, who I found out shortly after seeing the house, was a deeply troubled offender who was charged by the FBI for child images and soliciting a minor in 2014, and to hopefully do it without any bad energy attaching itself to me.
A couple of summers ago, I ended up working in the small garden outside at my work. I worked at a factory that was surrounded by olive trees and other trees like apricot, peach, cherry, pear, and apple trees. Beyond the tree line, on one of the short ends of the small rectangular garden, there were a bunch of tall, thick weeds and shrubbery directly after the front tree line. On the garden fence itself, at the end, thick, tangled grapevines had overgrown on the fence for the garden and on the chain-link perimeter fence for the property line in that area. It was a particularly hot day as it was July. The hummingbirds buzzed near the feeders and other birds were singing their summer songs. I greeted our factory dog buddy who was lazing outside the garden in the shade of an olive tree. He gazed up at me with his neon-like blue eyes and wagged his black-white fluffy tail at me before dozing off again. I continued to chat at Buddy as I worked, just off in my own safe little world. As I worked, though, I began to vaguely notice the sounds of bushes and shrubbery rustling slightly, which, in the beginning, I blew off as just a breeze. But after a few minutes more, I realized that the rustling sounds were pretty constant, and after briefly glancing around myself at the other trees, I noticed that there didn't appear to be any breeze that hot July day. I just figured at that point that it was probably Buddy, sniffing around the bushes or something. But there went that when I realized, after I turned back towards the garden entrance for a shovel, and there was Buddy, still lazing in the same place. Now, if you know dogs, then you know that Buddy should have been losing his shit right then. Yet, he was just resting there. I decided to give it a couple more minutes, just to make sure. It couldn't have been my husband, who also worked at the factory with me, or my boss, or another coworker for all I knew. But as I nonchalantly paid attention to what I was hearing, I could tell that the movements were slow and deliberate. Whoever, or whatever was in the grapevines and bushes, was moving precisely. My heart began to race as I imagined a bear or a mountain lion stalking. So then, I sneaked out of the garden entrance and stepped over a couple of feet to investigate. It was pretty difficult to see through the thick shrubbery beyond the olive and cherry trees. I had to really focus, like when you try to see one of those hidden 3D images. Once I did, though, I started to see movement beyond the grapevines and bushes and weeds. After a few seconds, I began to be able to make out the shape of a human leg. Whoever was in there was wearing a pair of medium fade blue jeans and black hiking or maybe work boots. All I can think at the time was, holy cow, it's a person. They were moving away from me and towards the railroad tracks beyond the chain link perimeter fence. All I could think of to do at that point was walk around the perimeter fence and up to the railroad tracks to see the person from a slight vantage point. I knew that the person would be trapped by the perimeter fence, which was hidden by the grapevines. Once I got up there, I saw a man crouched down next to the chain link fence, staring right at me. It was super strange because he was wearing those medium collared blue jeans and heavy black boots that I mentioned earlier. But he also sported a black beanie, a dark hooded sweatshirt, and a backpack. All despite it being 100+ degrees that day. As he stared at me with dark, beady, closed-set eyes, I managed to ask him, "Who are you, and why are you here?" But he just stared at me, unblinking with his pale face, and didn't say a word to me. He just sat there, frozen and unmoving. Looking back, I don't think he blinked or moved at all. So I gave up after a few seconds and went into the factory to tell someone. I found my husband first, but he pretty much just dismissed it. So I went to my boss next. We both went back out to the garden to investigate, but no one was there anymore. Just Buddy, casually wandering into the bushes towards the tracks. Buddy, being a dog, should have been alarmed. And yet he wasn't, which was weird to my boss also. Just then, though, my other coworker arrived with his dog, who was promptly sent to investigate the area. Meanwhile, the other coworker went inside the factory to get the forklift, which he drove outside to us. Then, we had my husband lift the forklift as high as he could, while my other coworker stood on the forks to have a vantage point in which he could really get a good look around for the guy. Maybe even a car leaving or something. But he didn't see anything. Once we got back into the factory and inside the boss's air-conditioned office, the boss had something interesting to tell us about the night before. First off, he informed us that we had no running water in the whole industrial park. The interesting part came when he explained why there was no water. Apparently, the night before, a couple of guys tried stealing like a big rig or something from one of the businesses located up past us in the park. When they tried to escape with the truck after nearly getting caught, they tried to jump the thing across a small creek where the water main coming into the industrial park happened to be. They, of course, didn't make it, and they ended up smashing the water main to all the businesses in the park. I have no real idea if the intruder amongst the grapevines was related to that incident or not. We did call the sheriff just in case. They came out and took a report and got a description of the intruder from me. Of course, none of the outside security cameras caught it, since it was behind the tree line and amongst the heavy shrubbery. So unfortunately, I guess we'll never know. When I was 9, I went to a sleepaway camp for the summer. The sleepaway camp itself was massive and very isolated. The kids were separated into age groups and gender. All these different groups slept in different camp areas in these wood cabins. My group happened to be one of the largest and most developed, and because it was right off the main road in the camp, it allowed easy access for cars to come into our area. My story happened one night when I woke up and needed to pee. My cabin didn't have a bathroom, so I had to walk down to the bathhouse, which was right next to the entrance where the cars can come in. When I left the cabin, I saw that there was a white pickup truck in front of the bathhouse with its headlights on. I found it strange, but it got stranger when I got closer to the truck and nobody was inside. I figured that the driver would be in the bathhouse, but when I got in there was nobody. I was starting to get spooked, so I used the bathroom as fast as possible. When I left the bathhouse, the truck was gone. There was no sign that it was even there. This shocked me, as the truck was close enough to the bathhouse to where I would have been able to hear it leave, but I heard nothing. This freaked me out, so I ran back up the hill to my cabin and just sat in bed for the rest of the night, not being able to sleep. When the sun came up, I went back outside to check the area where the truck had been, and there weren't even track marks, which would be impossible since the ground was very muddy. To this day, I still don't know what happened, or if the truck was even really there or not. It's Friday morning, and I'm sitting here waiting for my truck to be loaded for work. It got me thinking about my other job and the strange things that I had been witness to while working it. I've shared a few of the other bigger encounters already, but I'll share a few more of the not big but still frightening things that I've witnessed. To start, I'm a 43-year-old female who now drives truck for a living, but back in the day, when I was pretty and young, I decided to work as an exotic dancer. The job paid well, and in Western Canada, where I'm from, it meant I got to travel from club to club every week and meet lots of new and interesting people. It also meant that I spent a lot of time in different hotels. Most strip clubs in Western Canada are in a bar attached to a hotel. Most of these hotels are older, and as you can imagine, there are restless spirits in many. The first story happened in Fort St. John at a club called Condell. I was still a rookie dancer, and it was my first time there. I didn't own a car yet, so a new friend I had made in my last job had offered to give me a ride there. Once we arrived, and I was lugging my 2 heavy suitcases up the stairs with his help, we both noticed and remarked on a subtle but tangible feeling of darkness and oppression in the hall. My new friend Scott and I were both sensitive to spirits, and we could feel that this place had them in abundance. He helped me to my room and bid me goodbye. As I normally did every week, I began to unpack, putting my clothes in the dresser, my costumes hung in the closet, and finally my makeup and body care bottles on the dresser before turning on the TV and sitting back on the bed. And that's when it happened. I heard a loud thud, and all of a sudden, it was as if a giant hand swept across the entire dresser, flinging everything on it across the room violently. I won't lie. I had my 2 suitcases open and was repacking everything within minutes. There was no way I was staying there alone. Then, all of a sudden, the door to the room opened, and in walked another girl with a suitcase. I'd noticed the other bed, but had not thought that it could possibly mean that I was going to have a roommate. We stared at each other for a second, me in the middle of packing, her in the doorway. "What are you doing?" she asked me. "I'm getting the heck out of here," I replied. I gave her a quick rundown of what had happened, all the while continuing to pack. Her face grew concerned when she saw I meant to leave. "You'll get in trouble," she said. "Ask me if I care," I answered back. "What about me? I don't want to stay here alone." Finally, I paused. I didn't know this girl, but I hesitated to leave her here alone. What she had said was also true. Blowing off a booking would get me in trouble with my agency. "All right," I said. "I will stay if you promise to spend the nights here with me and not take off." She gave her word, which, of course, by Wednesday she had broken. I found myself alone in that hotel on more than one night. Every time I would leave the room, the lights in the long hallway, which were always on, would go off just behind me. There were knocks and strange sounds of whispers, but luckily, I didn't see any specters. This happened about 3 years ago. It was a stressful year with a lot going on in my life. Perhaps that's where the sleep paralysis came from. I'm not sure. I remember falling asleep around 11 p.m. Suddenly, around 3 o'clock, I woke up hearing a few sounds. I wanted to move to see what was going on, but I couldn't. Something or someone prevented me from getting up. I tried to move my arms, but I clearly remember someone holding them down. 2 unknown hands wrapped around my wrists. So out of instinct, I tried to move my head instead, and that's where things got dark. I remember this as clear as daylight. I tried to lift my head, but I remember this shadowy figure looming above the bed. He did not like me moving my head. I recall the figure slowly descending to my bed, and it started whispering in my ear. What it said, I cannot remember for the love of God, but I do remember being terrified, like I was being cursed. Out of desperation, I tried to move my feet and I managed to kick them around. All of a sudden, the figure disappeared, and I felt like waking up. But still, I remember every detail as if it was yesterday. I really don't think it was a dream. It felt so lifelike. I never experienced something like this afterwards, and I am so grateful for that. In one of my previous jobs, I was an exotic dancer in Canada. I was scheduled to work in a town in northern British Columbia called Williams Lake. It was my first show of the week, early Monday afternoon, and the bar was mostly dead. While on stage, I noticed and locked eyes with a very attractive gentleman at a table just back from the first row. I say attractive, but what I really mean is gorgeous. Like unbelievably gorgeous. Perfect features, blonde curls, and incredible piercing blue eyes. He was the kind of attractive where Brad Pitt in his heyday would have paled in comparison. I finished my 4-song set, and as I was leaving the stage, he invited me to come set with him. I'd always been a steadfast, monogamous girl who, despite my occupation, did not stray. But I won't lie, this gorgeous man could have persuaded me. I went to the table, which was a circle bench, and sat down beside him. The moment I did, a wave of fear and dread hit me. It was so strong. My gut instantly turned to ice, and I could feel my energy being pulled from the solar plex region out of my body. I was so scared. I had yet to speak when all of a sudden the guy looked right into my eyes and asked, "What do you think of me?" Looking at his eyes, although beautiful and blue, were completely devoid of a human soul. I replied, "Honestly, you terrify me. You feel ice cold, and looking in your eyes, I don't see a soul. I'm not entirely sure that you're a human." It wasn't till later, when I replayed the event in my mind, that I realized how awful of a thing that would be to say to a human. I should also add that, sadly, I have had the misfortune to meet truly evil people in my life. Like really bad people that have or should have had to spend the rest of their life in prison. They have eyes that show what they are, but every single one of them still had a soul behind those eyes. Then, something happened, which has only ever happened to me one more time since. I was transported. Not physically, of course, but all of a sudden I was no longer seeing him or the bar. I was instead looking down at what appeared to be my own hands, except they weren't, as they were the hands of a man. But these hands were choking the life out of people. Their faces changed under the hands. There was a middle-aged woman with a bob haircut, a bigger, older man, a young blonde. People kept changing every few seconds while these strong masculine hands that in the vision appeared to be mine stayed wrapped around their throats. Then it was over. I was still where I'd always been, sitting at the table with whatever this thing was. He was looking at me really intently, and I know this seems insane, but I swear he knew what I had seen. He answered my last comment about not thinking he was a human. "I'm trying to learn to be human," he said. "I can't help you with that," I answered back. I quickly signed the poster I had brought for him and excused myself as fast as I could. I was so frightened and shook up as I walked away. On my way out of the bar, I crossed paths with the other dancer, my friend Michaela. She took one look at my white face and wild eyes and asked me if I had been setting with the gorgeous guy. I replied and told her that I had. "There's something weird about him," she replied. "He gave me the creeps." That might just have been the understatement of the century. I've spent some time wondering what exactly he was. I'm still to this day not really sure. But one thing that I am absolutely certain of was that that beautiful blonde stranger was definitely not human. This is the story about the time that I saw death. Some people talk about the specter of death, kind of like it has a physical form. I'd never really given it a lot of thought before the day I'm going to tell you about. I live in Calgary, Alberta, and a few years ago, I used to work as an exotic dancer. In one of the clubs I often worked at, we used to have a lovely big changing room with a TV and a couch. On this particular day, I had one of the first shows of the day. I came into work in the early afternoon, and into the change room, I headed for the washroom. One of the other dancers was laying stretched out on the leather couch. As I walked past, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There was a man laying on top of her. At least it looked like a man's silhouette. I couldn't make out any features, just an inky black shape of a man stretched out full length right on top of the sleeping girl. To say this figure was black would be an understatement. It was black in the way that I would imagine a black hole to be black. No light escaped it, and it seemed to suck in and swallow all light around it. You might assume I was terrified, but you'd be wrong. Sadly, I had seen so much paranormal stuff in my life that even though I was perplexed, I just continued into the bathroom. While in there, I was trying to figure out what exactly it was that I had just seen. It took me a moment or two to realize that I had been looking at death. I wondered why I had seen him. It hadn't felt like it had anything to do with me. I had to have just been a witness to his presence. It was then that I realized he must be there for the other dancer he was laying on top of. I sat there contemplating what to do. Had I seen him for a reason? Was I supposed to warn this girl? How do you even do that? As I dried my hands, I decided that I had seen him because I was meant to warn this girl about her impending death. I left the bathroom and went to the couch where she was still sleeping. I couldn't see the specter anymore, but I could still sense a presence. I sat down on the corner of the couch by her feet and gently shook her leg a bit to wake her up. I should take a quick second to say that I'm a very honest and very direct person. I don't mince words and always call something what it is. This might help you understand how I approach this delicate topic. The following conversation is verbatim to how it went. When the other girl was awake, I said, "I have something I need to tell you." She nodded okay, and taking a deep breath, I said, "I don't know how to tell you this, but you're gonna die." She looked at me nodding and said, "I know." I replied, "Soon." Her, "Yes, I know." Me, feeling a bit confused, "But you don't have to." Her calmly, "I know." Me, at this point, incredibly incredulous, "But you want to?" She replied, and she said yes. "All right then." As I slowly got up and went to get ready for my show, we didn't speak about it again. I never told her what I saw. In fact, it was years before I told anyone what I saw. 2 weeks later, she was working in Winnipeg, Manitoba. She went to a party and overdosed. The people she was with panicked and instead of bringing her to the hospital, left her body in a ditch on the side of the road. I got the full story from her sister who I was working with. I did recall hearing on the news about a young woman's body being found in a ditch in Winnipeg. I'm older and wiser now. If I had it to do over, I may have pressed her a little more, and perhaps I could have helped. I hope that God can forgive me for not doing more when I finally pass on too. I was on an assignment for the Army, making my way up from San Antonio, Texas to Tacoma, Washington. It was a long drive, and they gave me 6 days to report to my new unit. But I didn't mind. I love road trips. There's nothing like the freedom of exploring the world by yourself. The first day of my journey, I planned to get as much driving in as possible so I could spend a few days in Utah. A sort of mini vacation, you could say. This was January, and the days were short, so maximizing the amount of daylight I had was crucial. I got up extra early that morning, carried the last of my bags out of my Toyota Corolla, signed out of my old unit, and hit the road at roughly 5 a.m. It was an amazing day. I saw the landscape transform around me as I headed further west than I had ever been in my life. From the San Antonio metropolitan area, to the savannas of the Edwards Plateau, to the pancake flat farmland of the Great Plains region, America's breadbasket. Finally, the farms opened up into prairie, and I saw the Welcome to New Mexico, the land of enchantment sign. Now, I was really in the middle of nowhere, continuing on US Route 380. I eventually found myself in Roswell. Could have gotten a few more hours of driving in and made it to Albuquerque, but I figured since I was in no rush, I might as well see what Roswell had to offer. Who knows if I would get a chance to visit again. As a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, as Mr. Ballin would say, I took a self-guided tour of the shops and attractions. The next day, I continued to Albuquerque, then westward on Interstate 40. By the time I reached Gallup and started northbound on US Route 491, I still had 2 hours of driving left before crossing the border into Colorado, and another 45 minutes before I would get to Cortez, which was my planned stop for the night. However, my daylight was already running out, as sunset was around 6 p.m. at the time. I got Starbucks and refreshed myself for the final stretch. It was supposed to be easy, just a straight shot. But looking back on it now, I figured that had I decided to stop in Albuquerque instead of Roswell the night previous, I would have already been in Colorado by now, and possibly be making my way into Utah. I would have saved myself from what was waiting for me on that desolate highway. You see, Route 491 stretched far into the Navajo Nation. On either side of me were endless expanses of prairie, bookended by dark indigo mountains on the horizon. To my left, the sky glowed a faint orange-purple, the light slowly dying down like smoldering embers in a fire, until finally plunging the land into darkness. Every now and then, I would see the forlorn headlights of another car passing by, which gave me a bit of relief that I wasn't alone. I also had my road trip playlist on to keep me company. Call me ironic, but Hotel California was playing. After passing the small, lonely town of Newcomb, the next piece of civilization would be Shiprock. However, between the two was a 36-mile stretch of absolute nothingness, an abyss that I had to cross, and I was not ready for what I was about to witness. After several miles, and not having seen another car on the road, I saw something strange emerge from the horizon. Barely lit by the moonlight, I thought it was a road sign at first. Then, as I came closer, I realized it was a person, walking on the shoulder of the road heading in my direction. I squinted, trying my hardest to focus on the figure. In the darkness, I could tell they were wearing a poncho of some sort, with long black hair flowing down past their chest. Who would be walking out here, all alone at night, I thought. Whoever it was, they had no lights, no reflectors, no strobes of any kind to signal passing cars that they were there. And they walked on the pavement, dangerously close to oncoming traffic. I pulled to the left a bit, giving them a wide berth. Suddenly, my stereo cut out, as if I had turned it off.
The screen went completely dark, and my phone disconnected from Bluetooth. While this was unusual, it certainly did happen from time to time, so I thought nothing of it. As I approached, I saw the person raise their right arm as if to flag me down and hitch a ride. Oh, no, I thought. There's no way that that's happening, buddy. As my headlights swept by, I realized it was a man, dressed in a button-up shirt, a wool poncho, jeans, and cowboy boots. His large belt buckle glinted as the lights passed him. But in that split second, I realized with abject shock that not only were his eyes painfully wide open, but they seemed to be tracking me. Somehow, he was able to see me through the glare of my headlights and look me dead in the eyes, not breaking contact until I passed. I was shaken for a bit, but my nerves gradually subsided. My stereo abruptly turned back on and my music continued playing. I brushed everything off as simply my imagination, the darkness and the shadows playing tricks on my mind. Besides, the man was behind me. I figured he must have been drunk. Indian reservations, sadly, have high rates of alcoholism. I looked in my rearview mirror. He was gone. I couldn't see him. Maybe he's too far behind me? No, that couldn't be. Must just be too dark. Maybe. I drove on trying to figure out what had happened, but at the same time forcing myself not to think about it. Just when I thought I had moved on, I saw another shape in the distance. Getting closer, I realized it was another figure. Another person walking alone at night? There's no way. They walked along the shoulder of the road, swaying back and forth. Slowly, I could make out that this person was also wearing a poncho. Then I saw what looked like long black hair reaching down past the chest. No, there's no way. It was the man. The same man, but how? The man raised his arm again, trying to flag me down. What did this guy want? I kept up my pace with no intention of stopping for any reason. Just like last time, my stereo turned off again. Suddenly, the man leapt out onto the road, arms waving frantically. I swerved into the left lane, narrowly avoiding him. In my headlights, I noticed he had the same wide-eyed look, his gaze locked onto mine. I also saw that his clothes did not look as they did when we had our first encounter. Once they were clean, if not well worn. But now they were soiled and tattered, rags barely hanging onto his withered frame. His hair was wild and unkempt, with clods of dried dirt stuck in the locks. But his eyes remained the same. My heart nearly burst through my chest at the sudden shock. Hyperventilating, I slowed down and glanced into the rearview mirror to make sure he was all right. Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to see. The man was running. He was sprinting towards me. I centered the wheel and accelerated, hoping to get as much distance from him as possible. But as I continued to speed up, so did he. Faster and faster I drove, but every time I looked in the mirror, I would still see him right behind me, perfectly keeping pace. His body tinted red by my taillights. I could feel my temples throbbing and my hands getting slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I was sick to my stomach. There's no way. I looked forward, hoping to see a faint glimmer of light from the town ahead, but I was still too far away. I looked back at the rearview mirror. The man was gone. I should have been relieved, but I knew better. Where did he go? I looked around, hoping to regain a visual on him. I couldn't see anything. Taking a deep breath, I refocused on the road, but kept my guard up. Just keep driving, I told myself. Only a few more miles to go. Out of the corner of my right eye, I saw something. Another shape. It wasn't the man.
At least I didn't think so. I glanced over, bracing myself for whatever was going to meet my sight. It looked like an animal. Some kind of animal, though I couldn't make out exactly what it was. Under the moonlight, I could see it running alongside my car, its 4 limbs reaching out in long strides, its back undulating like a dog. Closer and closer it came. The closer it was, the more of it I could see, little by little. Then I noticed its limbs were far too long for its body. Its body was too short. It had no tail. The head was oddly round, and from it came a trail of long, black hair. I slammed my foot on the gas, pushing my car's engine harder than it had ever been pushed before. By now, I was clocking well over 110 miles per hour. But this creature, it kept up. It wasn't phased. It simply ran faster and faster to match my speed. Just what was this thing? How could anyone or anything run this fast? The entity seemed to have endless stamina. Just how long could it keep this up? Just how much faster could it go? Soon, my car would hit its top speed. And then what? How long could it maintain that before breaking down? Wouldn't be long until my engine overheats. But regardless, I would eventually run out of gas. And when I do, what would happen if that thing got me? At 120 miles per hour, my car had reached its limit. This was the fastest I could go, but the creature continued its pursuit. My temperature gauge was approaching the red, and so was my tachometer. I couldn't keep this up any longer. Suddenly, like the beacon of a lighthouse on a tumultuous sea, the first light of shiprock came into view. It was close. So close, if I could just go a little longer, I could make it into town, to safety. I pressed on. I fixed my eyes on the lights growing brighter and brighter on the horizon. They bloomed outwards, glimmering in the night air. Though it was a small town, it was a sight for sore eyes in my situation. Looking in my periphery, I saw the undulation of the creature's spine as it kept pace with my car. But now it was slipping away, steering farther and farther from the road. It suddenly hit me just how hard my heart was beating. Beads of sweat dripped down my face. I looked over. The creature was gone. But this time, the feeling of dread had also gone with it. My stereo once again turned back on, and as my music resumed, I breathed a deep sigh of relief. I let off the accelerator. The man, the creature, whatever it was finally gone for good. Having white-knuckled the steering wheel the whole time without realizing it, my hands were extremely sore. But I was glad to have made it through. A week later, I told another soldier in my unit about what I had experienced. Being originally from Albuquerque, she was familiar with the Native American legends of the Southwest. The conversation steered toward a certain creature that she would not dare speak the name of. She also told me that the highway I took was well known for all sorts of paranormal phenomena. Just Google what Route 491 used to be called, and everything will make sense. Be careful out there.
I grew up in a mining town in the north of England. After all of the mines had closed down in the 1980s, the area went to crap. There were no jobs, no money, and nothing for kids to do. As with most of the north, towns are surrounded with woodlands and farms. So as kids, we had nothing else to do. We'd go exploring the woods and build swings, climb trees, make fires, the usual kid stuff. I was around 6 or 7 years old when the following happened. I met up with 3 or 4 friends one morning, and off we went looking for adventures. We walked a few hours and passed a few places that we'd already explored, such as caves,
farms and woodlands. When we came to an area of woodlands that we hadn't yet investigated, so, being the curious kids that we were, we went in. We soon found a stream, so we followed it for maybe 10 minutes and came to a large pond surrounded by trees. Thinking back, it was a spooky spot. Picturesque, but still a bit spooky. It was the perfect spot for a rope swing overhanging the pond. So, over the course of the following week, we went back to this pond, and after a few failed attempts, made a pretty good rope swing. Over the next few weeks, I'd go back with friends every other day, and we'd hang out around this pond. But with it being so far away, not everybody was so keen to walk so far. So the group eventually became just myself and a friend of mine. And we went from going there almost daily to just going around once a week. The two of us head over there one day, and as we're approaching the woods, we could tell somebody else had been there. Not sure how we knew. We just knew. We get inside the woods, grab a few sticks for weapons, and follow the stream, keeping our eyes peeled for anything unusual. We get maybe 100 meters away from a kind of small clearing in the trees, when we both notice in the distance there were dozens of these small objects hanging from the trees. We couldn't quite make out what they were, but from a distance, they looked kind of doll-shaped. We're both on the edge at this point, but we'd walked over an hour. So, with sticks in hand, we slowly approached the things that we saw. We get to within 10 meters of one of the objects, and we still can't quite tell what they were. They looked like little bags of fur. Some black, some grayish, some brown. It wasn't until we were almost within arm's reach when it dawned on us. They were cats. Surrounding this small clearing in the woods, there were maybe 20 or 30 cats, dead, hanging from trees. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and thinking back, we should have just turned on the spot and ran. But being dumb kids and curious, we hung around for a few minutes and looked around. I don't think either of us had ever seen a dead cat before, so morbid curiosity took over, and we just walked around this clearing, poking a few with our sticks. And that's when we see him. About 30 minutes away, we see a man approaching. Typical, homeless looking. Brown coat, dirty, long scruffy beard, a dark woolly hat and hood. Once we notice him, he steps. He's just standing there between trees and bushes, partly camouflaged, just staring at us. He was carrying a white plastic bag that was sagging down by his side. I'm gonna hazard a guess here and say there was another dead cat in that bag. We stand frozen on the spot for maybe about 10 to 20 seconds, not quite sure what to do, and he's just standing there, staring, not even moving, just staring. My friend and I both nope out at this point and just start running as fast as we could, screaming. I look back a few times and the man hadn't moved. He was just standing there facing us, watching as we ran for our stupid little lives. We got out of the woods and didn't stop running until we reached a busy road about 10 minutes away. We jogged the rest of the way home, barely stopping to catch a breath until we reached the safety of our neighborhood. We both went home and didn't see each other until the next day. We told our friends about what happened the next day and never went back to those woods. We gave him the name the Catman. I dread to think what would have happened to my pal and I if we hadn't seen him and hadn't noped out of there. But I'm guessing it would have ended with us also hanging from those trees. I was about 12 years old at the time of this incident. I would often visit my cousin who worked at Dollarama. It was about a 15-minute walk from my house. One day, I went to walk to Dollarama to visit my cousin. We were at the back of the store just chatting away. My cousin then had to go to the back room of the store to grab some stuff. Meanwhile, I was just standing, leaning against the wall as I waited. I then looked up and there was a guy that was just staring at me. He had tan skin, black hair, and was wearing really baggy clothes with a backpack. It looked like he hadn't showered in days. He wasn't showing any emotions on his face, but as soon as I looked up at him, he smiled at me. Not one of those small, nice smiles. He smiled big, where it almost felt like his smile took up his whole face. I got creeped out. Then he started to walk towards me very fast. At this point, his face was only an inch away from me, still smiling. I was backed up against the wall at this point. I didn't move because I was in shock on what was happening. Then, he touched my hair and softly whispered, "Que linda." I speak Spanish too, so I understood what he meant. He said, "How beautiful." After that, he walked away. After a minute or two, my cousin came back. I told her what had happened, and she was freaked out as well. She told me that when I walked back home, I needed to keep my phone ready to call someone if it was needed. Sometime later, it was time for me to walk home. I started to walk home and just walked past Freshco, and I see the same guy that was in the store riding his bike. I start to walk slower so I don't catch up to him. All of a sudden, he looked back and stopped biking. He turned around and biked past me. I just kept walking, trying to ignore him. Then, he biked past me again, but very slowly. And he stopped the bike right in front of me, blocking my path. And he still had that disgusting smile on his face. But I just quickly walked around him, and he starts biking after me. This is when I really start to panic. So I started to run, constantly looking behind me and still seeing him biking after me. I had been running for about 5 minutes, and I was slowly starting to get tired. That's when I stopped at the streetlight, looked behind me, and watched him as I quickly call my best friend, who was literally 1 minute walk away from me. I put the phone up to my ear, and that's when the guy stopped biking. He then quickly turned to the left and went down a different street. I quickly turned around and ran to my house that was just on the other side of the lights. I haven't seen the guy for years. However, when I was in 11th grade in high school, I saw him biking on the school grounds. I hid right away, and I started to get scared, but he biked away, and that was the last time I saw him. I have no idea what would have happened if I didn't start to call my best friend, but I feel like my phone and my cousin's advice saved my life. When I was about 14 or 15, we moved to a new town hundreds of miles from our old one near Los Angeles. The new town was much older, much smaller community, and it was that old-fashioned style of people living their garage doors open at night because no one was worried about security. However, my family, coming from a town where you knew better, we never left ours open. One weekend, my parents went out of town, leaving me home alone because they went back to our old city to visit my aunt and uncle. I didn't care. I wanted to be home alone and be able to do what I wanted. I had a couple of friends over. We ordered pizza and just watched and rented movies. Around 10 or 11, everyone went home and I was home alone in this big, old, 5-bedroom house. My bedroom and our family room was upstairs, so when my friends left, I just stayed upstairs with the TV on and started to fall asleep on the sofa. At around 1 a.m., I suddenly woke up. I don't remember if I heard something or felt something, but I woke up almost in a panic. I heard noises from downstairs. I realized I was in the dark with only one light from the TV on. Our family room light had turned off for some reason, but I didn't remember ever turning it off. I jumped up and started turning lights on from upstairs. I heard footsteps in the dark downstairs, as you can hear walking across the tile flooring. My dad kept a shotgun in a case upstairs in the spare bedroom. I knew how to use guns my entire life, and he trusted me with it. I grabbed the shotgun, and it was a single shot, so I loaded one shell and put 3 more in my pocket. I walked very slowly downstairs, and the stairway had a little light as the light switch downstairs lit the bottom half. I make my way to that light switch, then the front room lamp, then the kitchen light. I go down the hallway to the bottom floor bedrooms, turning on every light I see. I don't hear anything or see anything out of the ordinary. I check every room, especially my parents' bedroom and bathroom. I figured that this is where a burglar would go for cash or jewelry. I don't see any windows or doors open. I started to think that maybe I was making myself more hyped up over nothing. So I started making my way back to the stairway in the front room. That front room had like a living room that my mom always called the sitting room, as we were not allowed to hang out there, but it's where guests would sit. You know, a fancy room. Anyway, that room had a front door, the stairs leading upstairs, and off to the side, the door to the garage. When I checked that our front door was locked, I then turned to the garage, and I see that that door was unlocked. Note that we locked the door leading from our house to the garage all the time. But something inside me dreaded to open it, but I figured I had to check there too. When I opened the door from the house to the garage, I nearly crapped my pants. The big garage door was open. This was impossible. My parents had left earlier that day, and I know for a fact that the garage door was closed after they left, because when I was cleaning up my room for when my friends came over, I took all my dirty laundry to the garage. I would have noticed it was closed at this point. Also, when I said goodbye to my friends, I walked out with them, and for sure I would have saw my garage door open at that point. Anyway, I turned on the garage lights, and the garage was empty. Just the big door rolled up, so I hit the button to close it and locked the door from the garage to the house. I went back upstairs and pretty much stayed awake all night with the loaded shotgun next to me. The next day, I put the shotgun away unloaded. I go outside to see if someone maybe forced the door open. No tool marks or anything. I looked through the garage and noticed that someone had opened my dad's toolbox. I couldn't tell if anything was missing, but it did in fact look like someone had went through things in there. I decided against telling my parents what happened when they came home, but only if my dad noticed something missing from the garage. Mostly because I didn't want him to blame me for leaving the door open when I clearly hadn't. Also, I didn't want them to not leave me alone home again. I do wonder if what shook me awake was the noise of the garage door opening, but I was too sleepy to realize it.
At the time of this story, I was 21 and living in a major Midwestern city, attending the university there. Having lived there for only 1 month before this story began, I had witnessed a train stop stabbing, been yelled at by a crackhead, had a homeless guy follow me and threaten to choke me outside the physics building on campus, and watched a 13-car cop raid on a drug house just across the street. The area around the university is known for being rough and has a notoriously high rate of crime. We would get a few texts a week from the campus police saying that things there had been a robbery, a break-in, an assault, stalkings, attempted kidnapping, etc. I always ignored these texts, thinking foolishly that I would never be a victim because I was smart enough to stay out of trouble. You know, things like not going out alone at night, all the cliches. I seriously regret this behavior now. And to anyone listening to this, please never think that you're 100% safe. No matter your level of preparedness, always do your best to stay observant and careful. The first incident wasn't too unusual. I was just a block or two from my apartment building one day in the early evening. It was still light outside. I was walking my dog Sesame, a cute Shiba Inu, who just looks like a fluffy good puppy, and has never been frightening or particularly protective in his life. As I was heading back home, I passed a small parking lot, and in it, a large van. I could see a man in his early 60s sitting in the driver's seat smoking a cigarette. He was staring at me. As I passed, he actually leaned out of his car and called out to me, "Hey, you there. That's a cute dog. What's his name?" I should mention, this isn't even my first story like this. I have a pretty intense fear of strangers, and actually struggle with PTSD from other incidents in my life. Being pretty wary for this reason, I ignored him and just walked faster. I heard a car door shut behind me, and turned quickly to see that he had gotten out of his van and was walking slowly towards me. He called out to me again, "Hey baby, I just want to see your dog. Come back here." His phrasing pissed me off, and I gripped the dog's leash and started to speed walk away from him, starting to feel nervous. My heart was beginning to pound, but I kept telling myself over and over that I was just overreacting. It was just my paranoia acting up. There was nothing to worry about. But boy, was I wrong. I managed to turn the corner and was about to cross the final park before getting to my apartment. In fear of the van guy, I wasn't paying as much attention as I usually do to what was in front of me. I looked back over my shoulder, and the guy had stopped following me. He was, however, standing in the middle of the sidewalk with a huge, creepy grin on his face. I whirled back around with my eyes glued to my building. I only needed to walk another half a block and I'd be home. I was going to get away from him and his creepy van. Just when I was safe, a group of 5 or 6 men came from the side of the park that I wasn't watching. They were all tall and intimidating in nature, and all of them were laughing and looking right at me. Out of the corner of my eye, the van guy had started walking towards me as well. I remember he was whistling. I again picked up my pace and desperately searched for my keys in my pocket as I hurried towards the door. The group of men then veered towards me, partially cutting me off, and in all of my stupid politeness, I stopped. They grinned at me with sick, perverted smiles, obviously checking me out, looking up and down my body. It made me sick. I tried not to panic and inched closer to my apartment. "Hey, what's your name? Where are you going? What's your Snapchat? Is that your apartment? Can we come over? Do you smoke?" They all barraged me with questions, one right after another. I tried to refuse them, stammering, "No thank you," as I saw the van guy come and join their group, leering at me. While I inched away, they inched closer. One of them then reached out for me, his fingers actually touching my arm. I leapt back, trying not to start crying, but Sesame suddenly lunged at me. Them, his teeth bared, a horrifying snarl ripping from his throat. Every bit of cute Shiba personality was gone, and he looked like he wanted to tear one of those guys' throats out. It startled them enough that I was able to turn around and sprint the final distance to my building, locking the door behind me. I fell to the floor inside my building, hugging Sesame. However, the entire front of my building was glass, and to my horror and disbelief, the group of men came and stood in front of the windows, grinning at me, laughing, and making kissy faces and lewd gestures. The apartment manager came out and called the cops on them, but they ran away, I made it back home and scrubbed myself in the shower, crying and shaking with fear. Sesame got a special dinner that evening, and I kept telling myself that they just wanted to mess with me, and I was never really in any real danger. Stupid of me, I know now. About a month later, when I had finally managed to be able to walk outside my apartment without severe anxiety, I was actually planning on moving a bit further away from campus. I was still going to be in a sketchy neighborhood, but the thought of those men knowing where I lived kept me up at night. My apartment actually hired a security guard to be there 24/7 after someone had broken into the building, smashed all the windows, destroyed some furniture, and stolen a bunch of bikes. Of course, my bike was one of the ones to get stolen. Anyways, I headed home from class, and it was a beautiful day. I actually felt pretty happy for once, and popped my earbuds in on the last few blocks before I got home. Stupid, I know. After a block or so, I started to feel like someone was watching me. My palms started sweating. I glanced behind me, trying not to look obvious, and a tall man was about 20 feet behind me, staring straight at me. I snapped my head back around and ripped out my earbuds. No, I thought. It can't be one of them. I was just jumping to conclusions given my anxiety disorder and paranoia surely, but there was something familiar about him. My heart started racing as I hoped to God the others weren't waiting for me around the corner of my building, ready to jump me. I walked faster, wishing Sesame was with me. I was too afraid to look back at him as I fumbled with my keys and wrenched the door open as hard as I could. This turned out to be a crucial mistake. As I ran to the elevator, trying to breathe a sigh of relief, I saw with absolute horror that the man had caught the door I had thrown wide open and was slowly coming into the building with me. He paused, standing away from me, but close enough that I could hear his ragged breathing and smell of alcohol coming off of him. My heart was thudding in my chest now, and I struggled to think clearly. The apartment manager was already home for the day, and I was completely alone in the lobby. There were no other doors out of that room, and the stranger was blocking my way to the door. The security guard, supposed to be keeping an eye on the building, was nowhere to be seen. The elevator came, and I tried to run into it and slammed my hand over the door close button as fast as I could. I pushed my floor button and huddled in the far corner of the elevator. I started to once again try and catch my breath, but right when the door was almost closed, his hand stuck in. I couldn't believe it. He waited until the door was just about to close, and then he stopped it. He was standing close enough that there was no way that was a mistake. My stomach dropped, and a suffocating sense of dread crept in. I kept my head down as he joined me. My desperate hope that he was just a dirty, drunken resident of the building was dashed when he didn't press any buttons. I don't know why I didn't run out of the elevator to try and leave the building again. I was paralyzed with fear, and all I could do was watch as the door closed and sealed my fate. The elevator was filled with the stench of alcohol and body odor. If I wasn't so terrified, I might have gagged. It was nauseating. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't move. I tried to scream at myself in my head to press the wrong button and try to escape him, but I was completely petrified. He leaned closer to me, and I heard him breathe in deeply, a very quiet sigh, like he was content. I felt tears well in my eyes, and the seconds it took to reach the top floor where I lived felt like hours. I saw no way I could escape the sick, drunken man who was smelling me. In the reflection of the elevator walls, I could make out his disgusting smile. He was staring directly at me, his hands in his pockets, clearly holding on to something. I'm not religious, but I prayed that I would make it to my door in time. I realized he probably wasn't going to attack me in the elevator. There was a large camera in the ceiling. I looked up at it, feeling a tear spill out of my eye as I did so, hoping that whoever saw the tape eventually would identify this man. The worst part of all is that I've trained in martial arts and self-defense since I was about 8 years old. I thought of myself as stronger and braver than I was acting. I should know what to do. I should be strong enough to do it, but no matter how many times I had disarmed, thrown, or choked out attackers in the studio, nothing totally prepares you for the dread of a real-life situation. As the door reached my floor, I managed to snap out of my stupor long enough to dash through the door and run to my apartment unit. I nearly missed the keyhole, but I threw open my door. I was nearly through when my backpack snagged on the outside handle of the door, trapping me. I heard the man quickly walking towards my door, a low chuckle building in his throat as he watched me panic and struggle to get free. I felt like a mouse being watched by a cat, trapped and helpless, so close to escaping. I finally gave up and shoved my arms through the straps, abandoning my backpack. As I did so, the man suddenly reached for me. I was able to slam the door shut, deadbolting it. The gust of air from the door slamming brought his disgusting smell in with me, and in my terror and disgust, I retched violently. I looked through the peephole. He was staring right at me, pressing his forehead against the door, his mouth bent in a furious scowl. He swore at me and ripped my backpack off the handle of the door, slamming it to the ground. I winced as I heard my laptop thud. I was still too terrified to say anything, but I grabbed the knife I kept by my door in my hand, ready if he tried anything. After a few minutes of staring at my door, jiggling the handle, licking the peephole, and making obscene motions at it, he unzipped my backpack, dumping its contents on the floor. He picked up my bag, sniffing it and leering at the peephole as he did so, almost like he knew that I was watching him. I couldn't look away again, paralyzed in fear. Finally, he left, using the elevator visible from my door like nothing had happened. I continued to stare out the peephole for what felt like an eternity, and then finally called the apartment manager, feeling my anger sinking in that the security guard hadn't been anywhere in sight, not paying attention. It turns out that he had fallen asleep eating Taco Bell and watching movies on his phone. He was only 10 feet away from the elevator the entire time, sleeping in the office behind a closed door. They fired him, but the creepy guy was never caught, and neither were any of the others. I don't even know for sure if this man was part of the original group. I was honestly too terrified to look at their faces during the first incident. I moved out of my apartment a week later, staying with my boyfriend at the time for the remainder of my lease, and keeping Sesame with me at all times when possible. A few more things happened while I lived in that city, from having to call in a gunfight from outside my new apartment window, to having to pick up my friend who was being followed by a van, to having to evacuate during an arson incident. There are nice things about that city too, but during my time there, besides learning the police department was absolutely useless and corrupt, to nearly escaping with my life a few times, I couldn't be happier to be far, far away from there, and doing a lot better with my fear and anxiety.
I was hanging outside a Walmart in my city one evening. It was probably around 10 p.m. Not having much to do or anywhere to go, I was as usual just killing time. This guy approached me and we got to talking. He seemed like an okay guy and explained he was just heading inside to boost a few things and knew a guy out in the suburbs that paid top dollar for merch. When you're on the streets, this is a quick way of scoring, trading stolen merchandise for either cash or drugs. I agreed to wait for him while he went inside, and then the plan was to hop on rapid transit to meet this dude and score. He returned about half an hour later. We started heading to the subway and were chatting about what kind of stuff we both had to trade. I already had a few items that I had scored earlier, and I was kind of looking forward to getting top dollar for my product. As he had explained, this guy was quite generous. In retrospect, I should have caught this play from the beginning, as I am quite sharp usually, but being dope sick, I wasn't thinking very straight. All of a sudden, this girl shows up and starts walking beside us, introduces herself to us and ends up tagging along. On the subway there, she's talking about Jesus and all these good things in her life. This disgusting twat was into none of it, but again, at the time, I was kind of oblivious. We got off at her shop and started walking to the merch dude's house. On the way there, it became very evident that the two knew each other. There was a bit of whispering going on, and what originally flagged my intel was when the Jesus talk stopped and the sinister prostitution stories she had experienced, plus some other dark stories started and persisted, starting to make me nervous. We finally got to the merch guy's house. No lights on. There was obviously nobody home, but the idiot dude kept knocking on the door as if the guy was expecting him. At this point, I knew there was no merch guy and this was just some random house. We left that property, and I swear to this day, the look on both of their faces screamed darkness. We were walking up a hill, and he was telling me how now that his friend wasn't home, he had a plan B. I looked behind me as we were walking, and there was now another guy following us about 10 feet behind. And as we crossed the next intersection, a guy traveling towards us from the adjoining sidewalk turned in front of us and was now walking about 10 feet in front of us. Now the guy and the girl are right beside me, wedged right up next to me, and this disgusting biatch was talking about human trafficking and what happens to people during ransom scams, and really scaring the shit out of me. So yeah, now alarm bells are going off full tilt, and I'm wondering what I did in this life to end up in situations like this. I said, shit, I gotta tie my shoe, and stopped. I looked down. Then without looking up, I drove my foot right into the guy's knee, which hyperextended. I punched the girl in the throat, and she hit the deck. The two guys in front were now a couple of feet away, coming to grab me. I slipped out the left and sprinted across the street, all the way up the next intersection. There was a bus coming the opposite way. I turned left and sprinted to catch it, where it was pulling over to a stop. I caught up to it and got on. Glanced back, but there was no one behind me or chasing me. I was completely out of breath, and the bus driver just said, "Calm down there, partner. There'll be another bus in about 4 hours when the sun rises. No need to run that fast to catch this one." I gasped the word thank you, and the bus pulled away. In about 5 minutes, I was back at the original subway station we had gotten off at. I caught the last train back downtown. Cried the whole way back. I'm a 39-year-old male. Unfortunately, scenarios like that are extremely common where I live, and most people aren't as lucky as I was. Most people end up turning tricks, or tied to a chair tortured, and getting money extorted from their families. To that odd couple that I decided to trust, let's never meet again.
I am a 17-year-old male. And last Friday night, I was home alone while my family stayed in their cabin a few kilometers away. I'm used to staying home alone, as this exact scenario is very common in the summertime, especially while I'm working and can't travel from the cabin and back. I'm not usually jumpy or afraid while home alone anymore, used to the odd creaks and settling noises of our old house. I was especially comforted by the fact that my sister's dog was also in the house with me that night, and most noises could be attributed to him, and if anything were to happen, he would act as a guard dog of sorts and alert me to anything odd. At the same time, however, he's the type of dog to bark at any noise or person walking past the doors or windows, so I'm used to hearing him bark or growl at night. Even so, this past Friday, the sound of his barks at nearly 12 a.m. were very concerning to me. Despite my effort to stay home alone, I'm still terrified of the premise of a break-in or some other uninvited human interaction at midnight. I let him bark for a few seconds, telling myself it was just someone past our glass door in the adjacent alleyway, and he would quiet down once they passed. Needless to say, that's not what happened. He kept barking and growling for a few minutes too long, and I finally got out of bed. I sleep in the basement, so I walked upstairs to check it out. As I'd suspected, he was standing alert at the glass door. I was comforted for a moment until I walked over, ready to close the curtains and go back to sleep, and saw the door open about 2 or 3 inches. I froze. I had let the dog out earlier, but I know I closed the door. I've never left this door open. I'm a paranoid person with bad anxiety, especially concerning break-ins and the like. So I would never, while I'm home alone, forget to close this door. I am 100% certain. However, at the time, I didn't let myself think about these facts or even acknowledge that I couldn't have left the door open, because I knew that it would send me into a spiral, possibly even an anxiety or panic attack if I didn't explain this away. I closed and locked the door, double checking that it was certainly locked. Using the flashlight on my phone, I looked around the entire second floor of my 3-story house, including closets and other reasonable hiding spots, just to put my mind at ease, and upon finding nothing, went back downstairs to my room. As I was laying there, trying to push away the fear, I could hear the dog walking around the floor that doubles as my bedroom's roof. I thought I was overthinking it when it started to sound like human footsteps accompanied by our dog's footsteps. He walks around for about 10 minutes before I put in my earphones and talk myself down until I can fall asleep. At 2 a.m. the same night, my sister comes home from work. I woke up a few minutes before this to let the dog into the basement. I woke up a few minutes before this to my dog in my room, which he never comes into. There's even a gate to stop him from getting down there, whining at my bedroom door. When I got up to let him out, my sister walked in. We let him out the front door rather than the glass patio door leading him in the same way. We talked for a while before I went back downstairs and my sister went to the bathroom. I forgot about the door, busy with work for the next few days, and forgot to mention to anyone until tonight. My sister and mom were home with me for a movie night, while my dad and brothers stayed at the cabin. I remember the door situation when we were picking out horror movies to watch. I was sharing it as a creepy, almost funny story before my sister spoke up, saying that the same night, an hour or so after they got home, the door was open again. The same door that was locked from the inside and not opened since earlier that night. My stomach dropped, and I started shaking the second this was revealed. We first started trying to explain it away. Maybe she had let the dog out and forgot to close it until we both recalled that we'd used the front door. Then, we were trying to justify a reason someone would break in and not steal anything, and proceed to stay for 2 hours before leaving. Ultimately, I realized that I quite possibly locked someone in the house with me, then forced them to hide upstairs while I searched the second level of our house. Then, this hypothetical person will be trapped up there now thinking that this house, that appears to be empty with the rest of the family gone and all the lights off, was not actually empty. And there was a dog who would bark if anyone showed themselves again, alerting me to their presence. Then, when I was in the basement and my sister was in the bathroom, they ran out the glass door, which is timed perfectly to when they found the door open once more, much wider than I found it, as though they were only in a hurry on the way out. Perhaps they left it open the first time for a quick escape, or to stop the loud sound of it meeting the door frame. Either way, it ties together too perfectly for me to reasonably brush it off. I know it's unlikely, especially with nothing missing, but in this small town, there have been many reports of break-ins with nothing missing, vandalizing, or just breaking and enterings many, many times. So it's not as unlikely as it may be in a bigger city. I can't make sense of this, and I'm shaken up thinking of the possibility of someone being in my house while I was asleep, alone, in the basement. There's a part of me that doesn't believe it, but I can't shake the many coincidences that all tie together to make this concerning as it is. I certainly am glad that my searching came up empty that night, and I did not meet this person face to face.
This happened some years ago, when I was 20, I think. I was going on a road trip of a sort with a really good friend of mine and his family. Our destination was a concert in a country next to ours, but we would be stopping at night to sleep in the camper that we drove in. We hadn't crossed the border yet when we stopped at the first campsite for the night. Now, it seemed like a pretty family-friendly and safe place, so none of us had our guards up or anything. That night, around 11 p.m. or so, while my friend and his family was getting ready for bed, I went outside to get some fresh air. Our camper was almost completely next to the beach, so I went down to the shore to dip my feet and get some much-needed quiet time by myself. On the way there, I passed by a beach shack, a detail that will be very important later. As I stood there, letting the waves lap over my feet, I noticed the silhouette of a man further down the beach, but it was a public space for campers, so I didn't think much of it. After being absorbed by splashing in the water with my feet and enjoying the moonlight, I decided to make my way back. Of course, it was very dark given the late hour, but I don't scare easily. Now, as a woman in the modern world, I usually do stay on my guard after dark, but that thought never occurred to me since I felt that I was in a safe environment so close to the campsite. Anyways, as I was walking back, I noticed that the silhouette of the man further down the beach was gone. But even more worrying was the fact that I was nearing the beach shack. I saw that someone seemed to be trying to hide from my view behind it. Immediately, I was on alert and called a friend I knew would be awake. I gave the shack a wide berth while talking loudly to my friend about how she was coming to meet me. After not too long, I got safely back to the campsite and hopped in bed in the caravan. I didn't tell my friend or his family, because even though I was scared, there could have been many logical, non-threatening answers to what I saw. I put it out of mind, and the rest of the trip went off without a hitch. About a year or so later, I was talking to my friend about the trip, and suddenly remembered the creepy experience. As I told him, he slowly got pale, though, and told me something his brother had told him and his family over breakfast some months after the trip. That same night, after I had gotten back and gone to bed, his brother had gotten up late that night to get some water. But when he passed the window right by his bed, he saw a man standing right there outside looking in the window. As soon as he was seen, the man left, but it definitely creeped out the brother a lot. But just like me, he seemed to put it out of his mind. Now, with both of these stories, it doesn't seem far-fetched that the man hiding by the shack had followed me back. I really am scared to think what would have happened if I had been alone. So this happened to me when I was 11 or 12 years old, over a decade ago, and I still remember it vividly. At the time, I lived in a semi-detached house with my mom, dad, and sibling. It was decent sized, but the most impressive part was the garden, which essentially had 3 levels. The first level was concrete, the second grass, and the third also grass. I had my trampoline on it. At the very end of the garden was a tree embankment. The area I lived in was somewhat hilly. One morning, I woke up to a crackling sound, like a snapped branch, and I was worried since a week earlier, a tree from the embankment had fallen onto our neighbor's garden. My bedroom was at the back of the house overlooking the garden, so I opened the curtains to see if another tree had fallen. Instead, I saw a guy hiding in one of the trees in the garden. He was pale with blonde hair and wearing all black clothing. He was looking directly at me, presumably because he saw the curtains move. He started smirking and moved his finger in a come here motion. I totally freaked out and shouted for my mom and dad to come into my room. I was so scared, I physically couldn't move. This was super early in the morning, by the way, maybe around 5 a.m. So it took my dad a good 30 seconds to get in my room, at which point the stranger had already hidden behind the trees. I remember being really shaken up
I was crying whilst I told my dad what happened. He went out into the back garden to see if he could spot the guy, but he was already gone by that point. A bit of time had passed, and I'd started to forget about it. Then, about 3 months later, my mom and I were watching TV together after I'd finished school. The doorbell rang, and my mom went to answer the door. I looked out the window of the living room where we all sat, and we saw a white van parked outside. It was the same van as my uncle's, so I walked out of the living room and into the hallway to say hi to him. When I got to the porch where my mom was stood, I realized it wasn't my uncle. It was the same guy that I had seen in my garden a few months prior, and it really freaked me out. He noticed me as I walked behind my mom and gave me the same smirk as when he was in the garden. I wanted to say something to my mom, but I couldn't. I was freaking out inside. Anyway, he just asked my mom if she wanted work done on the driveway. She said no, and he left, got back in the van, and drove off. He didn't give her a business card or anything. The van didn't have any company branding, and he didn't knock on any of the neighbors' doors. I told my mom that it was the same guy as soon as he went, and she started to feel uneasy about the situation too. A month or so after that, I got my first job doing the paper round. I had to deliver around 300 papers with my best friend at the time. It was getting towards winter, and it was dark by 4:30. We'd been doing the job together for around a month. When the one evening after school, it was super dark and rainy. We were halfway through delivering the newspapers and a van started following us, driving really slow, at the same pace that we were walking. We clocked that it was following us after about a minute, and we started to panic as I noticed that it was the same guy again. We left the newspaper trolley and started walking quite fast up the hill. We were about a 10-minute walk from my house. I rang my mom, who made me stay on the line while she left the house to meet us. She told us to go to the corner shop that we were about a minute away from. When we made it to the shop, the van sped off really fast. The police were called, who came to my house for a report. We told them everything. That was the last time I ever saw the creepy stranger, but I still remember what he looked like so vividly. I walk to most places because being severely visually impaired, I can't drive. I walk at night during summer, which lasts anywhere from April to October if we're lucky. This is probably not the safest idea, but I'm from Texas, so temperatures of 100 degrees aren't unusual. One of my usual destinations was a convenience store a few blocks from my previous house. I set out one night, normal, to get myself some Pepsi and a candy stash. Our town isn't very big and most people drive everywhere. It's very unusual to come across anyone else on my route to the store, but that night, a man appeared out of nowhere and started talking like he knew me. He asked me where I was going and I told him. It wasn't unusual for people to keep a watch on me because hard of hearing blind girl with forearm crutches. This guy had no reason to be there and was walking way too close beside me. He asked me where I was going and I told him, just in case I was overreacting. I sped up as much as I could since this part of the route is very dark, with only a subway that I had closed for the night. He definitely wasn't there for a $5 foot-long sandwich. I tried to appear calm, though the alarm bells were ringing and I was shaking to the point I was afraid I'd drop a crutch, which was probably the worst thing that could happen right then, especially after he started asking what I liked in the bedroom, and he could easily have his way with me in the ditch and no one would ever know. I felt sick, but I continued my walk. The store was only about 20 yards away. I knew the guy that was on the graveyard shift. I got safely inside, and my friend handed me a bag to carry my stuff in until I was ready to check out. And when I got up to the register, he began speaking loudly enough that my ears hurt, and I had to turn my hearing aids down because it hurt my ears. "Hey, Sweets, did you ever find my 3DS? I played along, and he opened the half-door thing, and I sat on the stool like it was normal. Creepy dude came over and slammed his Bud Light and a 10 on the counter. After being handed his change, he went outside. He's still out there by the ice machine. After about 20 minutes, he still hadn't left. My friend called his manager, and after explaining the situation, she told him to lock up and run me home. He did, and he even walked me to my door. I put the key in the door and we stepped inside. Catherine said to give you this. He handed me a keychain and showed me how to lock and unlock the pepper spray. Call us before you come from now on. He's come in after you for the last 4 weeks. He left and I made sure every door and window was locked. So, creepy guy that followed me to the gas station, let's never meet again. In the summer of 2020, my friends Alex and Violet and I decided to go on a mountain vacation. COVID cabin fever had hit us hard and we were desperate to get out. We settled on a mountain estate and planned to camp and hike at several different locations. For one night, we thought it would be fun to book a cabin in the woods. Violet's parents had rented a fire tower once and loved it, but a cabin beside a fire tower was all we could find. It was cheap, clean, and secluded. Excited to have a night where we could be as obnoxious as we wanted, we booked it. In the weeks leading up to the trip, we decided it would be a great idea to drop acid at the cabin. Violet brought an entire sheet in preparation for our arrival, and it was tucked in her bag as we pulled out of the driveway to make our way to the cabin. I remember this knot in the pit of my stomach, this aching feeling that gnawed at me. I told Alex and Violet that there was no way we could drop acid that night. Violet was pissed. We turned around and got into a massive argument, but I stood my ground. I just knew that we had no business tripping that night. Finally, the fireworks settled and we were off. The cabin was roughly 30 minutes away from the nearest town. It sat atop a mountain. We held our breath as we rounded the busted road that spiraled towards the top. There were no pull-offs, no other campsites. Just a long, winding road that led us to the cabin at the peak. We settled in and started a fire to keep warm. As dusk gave way to night, we heard the unmistakable noise of an engine on the road, then the flash of headlights. A side-by-side with 3 kids arrived and our nerves settled. They smiled, gave us a wave, climbed the fire tower, and left. We'd heard there may be occasional visitors to the fire tower, but they were the only ones who'd come by. We doused the fire and moved inside, heated some hot dogs until they were lukewarm, ate them fast, and sat in silence. You don't know how quiet it is until you're in the middle of nowhere. You can hear every rustle of the leaves, the whisper of the wind through their branches. You get so used to white noise living in the city. There's always the hum of an air conditioner or the dim roar of traffic to focus on. Here, the closest thing to white noise was the sound of our own breathing. We jumped at every noise, too frightened to speak to one another. And finally, I'd had enough. I cracked a few wine coolers, passed them to Alex and Violet, and slapped the board game down on the table between our bunk beds. It didn't take long for us to loosen, and we were laughing, having the great time that we had envisioned. Much soberer than we'd thought, but enough that we were able to ignore the rumble of the woods. Later, we'd all recall hearing noises in the background, the snap of a twig, the dim rumble of an engine. None of us wanted to rupture the air nonchalance between us, so we ignored it. Until a human hand reached up to the window between us and slapped it 3 times. We were screaming in an instant. Alex called 911, put them on speakerphone, and handed his cell to me. He grabbed pokers from the fireplace and passed them out. Violet started calling family members and saying her last goodbyes. I held my breath and listened for any more noise. Whoever this was, whatever this was, would have heard us call 911. And now, they were being careful to make a silent retreat. Dispatch arrived 20 minutes later, a lucky thing for a 1 a.m. emergency call, and had their dogs comb the mountain. Nothing. They suggested it might have been a bear, but I could tell from their faces that they didn't even believe that for a second. We'd barely cooked those hot dogs, And why would a bear smack the window by a couple of screaming kids rather than the one closest to the pan we'd used to cook? Why would a bear knock on the window like a human? Why, when we screamed, did the bear make a stealthy retreat? They had no answers, but they did have one anecdote. As they'd sped to us, they'd come across a car at the base of the mountain, but that was the only sign of life that they'd seen. I remember my blood ran cold, but Violet and Alex were too frazzled to absorb the weight of what they'd said, and dizzied by a new horror, Violet's car, thoroughly dusted by our drive up the mountain, was covered in handprints. Handprints that didn't match ours, that touched places that we hadn't. We grabbed our stuff by the armful and threw it inside, eager to remove every part of ourselves from this mountain. We followed the police, grateful every pothole found us further and further from that wretched cabin. We'd made it down in record time and found lodging at a speedy hotel that reeked of cat piss. I couldn't sleep. The thought of that car on the road rang in my head. Remember, there was nothing else on that mountain. It was a narrow road to the top, no pull-offs, no other campsites. There was a fire tower. Maybe a visitor decided to spook us during their late-night excursion. But the kids from earlier, we'd seen their headlights. Whoever did this had stopped their vehicle further down the road and hiked the rest of the way. They didn't want to be spotted. They wanted silence, secrecy. Whoever this was hadn't been there for a cheap scare. They'd planned this. I don't think I'll ever know what the person on the mountain wanted from me. I don't think if it was a practical joke or the beginning of a night terror. I'm grateful for Alex's quick wit in calling 911. I wonder if our visitor knew we had service. It had certainly been a welcome surprise to us. Perhaps that was his wretched plan, enough to spook him before he could make things ugly. In truth, I don't know if I want to know. I think I'm just content to say, midnight stranger, let's not meet. So this happened a couple days ago. I live in the suburbs of Northern California with my parents in an upper middle class neighborhood. My parents are away for their anniversary, so I've had the place to myself for the week. So I got home from a late shift at work around 1 a.m. I go inside, shower, then I head to the kitchen to make some buffalo wings for dinner. I crack open a beer and sit in front of the TV. I was sifting through movies to watch on HBO Max when, all of a sudden, the doorbell rings. Startled me to the point where I actually jumped off the couch and knocked my beer over in the process. It's now 2 a.m., and there was no good reason for anyone to be at the door at this hour. I just started in the direction of the door for several seconds before it rang again, followed by rapid knocking on the door and window. Now, for whatever reason, I was no longer scared, but more annoyed at the fact that some idiot would think that it's an appropriate time to be banging on someone's front door. I headed over to the front door, unlock the deadbolt, and pull it open, leaving the chain in place. In the heat of the moment, I did not think to look out the window first. I just yanked the door open. Standing on my front porch was a woman in her mid-20s, with long, silky black hair and a purple hoodie with black pants. I said, "Can I help you?" To which she responded with, "Yeah, sorry to bother you so late, but my boyfriend and I are having some car trouble and our phones are dead. We were wondering if you could possibly let us use yours." She pointed up the street to a dark-colored sedan parked underneath the street lamp and said, "See, that's us right there." Now, had this been any other person, I'd have said no, but she looked innocent, like she was a college student. I do live in a college town after all, and it wasn't uncommon for college kids to be out late on a Friday night. I asked her where her boyfriend was, and she said he walked to the gas station to see if anyone had a phone there. I pulled my iPhone out and told her to make it quick as I was about to go to bed. She thanked me and said she'd only take 2 seconds. She took my phone and dialed a number and put the phone up to her ear. After a couple of rings, whoever she called picked up and said, "Yeah, it's me, I'm borrowing someone's phone." She stopped talking and I could barely make out a man's voice on the other end. Now at this point I started to feel uneasy. She was taking a lot longer to be done with this phone call, and I started to get impatient. The whole time she just stood there, staring at me with a wide-eyed expression and a creepy smile that looked forced while this person on the other end kept talking. She finally said, "Okay, bye," and handed me my phone back. She then said, "Do you think I might be able to come inside and use your restroom?" I said no and wished her good luck before shutting the front door. Right as I was about to walk away, I heard her laugh and say, "You made the right choice." I looked out the peephole, and she was still standing on my porch. But now, she had a man standing next to her. She looked to be around her age and was wearing a hoodie and face mask. The pair then started to circle around my house, banging on windows and laughing. I didn't hesitate to call 911. They stuck around for several minutes, trying to get in through my back door. I had my Glock 19 in hand, aimed at the back door with 911 on speaker, and was prepared to do whatever I had to do if they got in. They banged on my back door for around 5 minutes before they finally left. I watched them run up the street to that same black sedan that I mentioned earlier and take off. Cops showed up in a few minutes later and took a report. They told me that I was the third person to call them that night, reporting a suspicious couple attempting to enter homes. I didn't know what they had planned, but I'm inclined to believe it was nothing nice. Moral of the story is never answer the front door at 2 a.m., especially without looking to see who it is first. I know that I learned my lesson that night. My boyfriend and I recently decided that we wanted to take the new tent we bought on its first trip. The tent was one that hooks up to your car to provide more storage space, and we were excited to try it out. We had planned a kayaking trip the next day at a kayak rental shop. It was supposed to be a nice, inexpensive, outdoorsy weekend getaway. We tend to book things last minute, so all of the state parks and professional campgrounds were full. This led us to a website that is essentially an Airbnb for campsites. The place we chose was a 100-acre property just 20 minutes south of the kayak shop. Of all the sites in the area, it was described as having working bathrooms and showers. It allowed for campfires, and all the sites were car accessible, important for a car-dependent tent. This site was also the most reviewed in the area, with 3 5 out of 5 star reviews. The area was very rural, so we didn't think very much about the low number of reviews for any of the campsites. The renter was Mary, who only ever texted us updates, but seemed sweet. We start out on our 2-hour drive a bit later than anticipated, which put us behind the 11 a.m. time we had originally informed the host. But we tried to keep her updated with the new schedule. She told us to let her know when we arrive at the address she sent us. We arrived to the address and are greeted with the barn from the pictures. It had string lights all over it, seemed fairly new, and just gave a nice feel to it. We sit in the car for a minute and struggle with cell service to text the host to let her know we had arrived. 10 minutes after our text sends, a sweaty man who appears to be in his 60s pulls up in an ATV. He lets us know that he is the father-in-law of Mary, and she is busy taking care of the seasonal harvest and sent him instead. She lets us know that we can take the car anywhere on the property and offers to show us around with the ATV. My boyfriend, visibly uncomfortable, declines the offer and asks a few more questions about the woods and how far into them are we allowed to take the car. Anywhere. There are no designated campsites. We can go anywhere. And the ATV man even offers to help pull my car out if it gets stuck. We ask one final question about cell service. and he jokes that if we aren't from around here, we will understand that reception works better on one side of the barn than the other. I am from around here and thought it was funny. But once he said that, I realized he didn't have any ounce of an accent for here like he should. Eventually he leaves and we begin exploring the property on foot. The barn is nice and maintained. It was fully lit in the middle of the day, and with the string lights decorating the interior too. It is insulated and has a working kitchen. The only warning we got was to not drink the water. It seemed like a place that would host small 50-guest weddings. We walked past a shed out behind the barn to get to the trails that ran through the woods. After going through a hike that my car would have never survived, we decided it might be best just to camp by a small creek, and we chose a spot to the side opposite the barn. We were still within walking distance, but we used my car as a buffer to feel more isolated. We choose our spot and then go into the main town to eat and walk around. We message Mary about the fire policy, and she tells us that they will deliver a fire ring to the barn for us to take to camp. We arrive back at the barn about an hour and a half from nighttime. We drive by the barn and the lights had been turned off. We assumed it was on a timer as to not waste energy or money. We also noticed the fire ring had not yet been delivered. We start the grueling 30-minute setup in the sticky heat and reward ourselves with a set in the air-conditioned car. We notice it looks like it's about to rain, so my boyfriend and I pull out a card game and wait for it to pass in the car. It only lasted about 10 minutes, but it started to be sunset. The tent held up nicely, so we felt okay leaving it for a second. Needing to use the bathroom, we start walking towards the barn. As we cross the creek, we hear what sounds to be like someone in a shed moving things around. A bit unsettling, but I tell my boyfriend that maybe they used equipment today and it's just sitting in there making the cracking cool-off noise that it sometimes does. We get to the barn and the lights are still off, but the fire ring is there. We go in and check to make sure the power is off and it's not just the lights outside. None of the light switches work, so we assume the power is gut. Again, maybe it's just on a timer. No worries. We step out of the barn and get 10 feet away. We hear a hum in the distance to the opposite side of the shed. The power to the barn is restored. We change direction to use the bathroom. As soon as we step inside, the power cuts. I start to get a weird feeling, and I can tell he has it too. I look to my boyfriend and say, maybe they're just watching us. I immediately follow it up with, no, that's a lot worse. We walk back outside and the lights turn on. My boyfriend says that we need to leave, and I have the same gut-wrenching primal fear. We put the ring back by the barn, since we had moved it 10 feet and the barn lights start flickering. We briskly walk back to the car. Being from Appalachia, I know better than to run. The 30-minute setup was torn down and packed up in 5 minutes. We jump in the car and lock it. I managed to get my car going, thanking God that the rain did not get my car stuck. We start towards the driveway, and just as we made it to the road, my boyfriend looks back and sees a man standing by the shed, watching us. As soon as my car pulls off onto the road, we get a text from Mary, letting us know that the fire ring is out by the barn. She also informs us that we are welcome to stay in the barn if the rain had messed up our camping experience. We arrive at a nice hotel, willing to splurge for safety. At this point, it's 10 p.m. at the earliest. A sweet older lady checks us in. Desperate for validation and just comfort from anyone, we tell her what had just happened to us at the campsite. She looks shocked. She asks if we'd seen the news lately, which we both respond that we had not. The lady tells us that couples in the state have been going missing. All of them had gone camping. 3 couples were truly missing, and one was recently found on the side of the freeway, slashed to near death. They are, to the time of posting, still recovering in the hospital. We couldn't find many articles about where in the state, but the look on the lady's face suggested that it was near us. We get to our room and text Mary back to tell her we are not staying. Thank you for staying with us. We lock the door, and I break down into tears. I will not forget that feeling I got at the barn. The primal flight or flight feeling, and the feeling of being watched. I feel it in my throat just writing this. I never want to experience that again. So to the man by the shed who watched us drive away, let's not meet. To the guy that tried to kill me. I am a 19-year-old female French student, so please excuse my English. This event happened last week. I was heading to my apartment after seeing a friend. I took the tramway at 11:30 p.m. because I didn't feel comfortable walking at night. As soon as I sat down, a man who was already sitting nearby came and sat in front of me. I had a very strange feeling about it, so I told my boyfriend by text. Then, I stood up to get out of the tram, but the man quickly got out after me. He was weirdly following me, not walking behind me, but next to me. I was getting very anxious, knowing something was wrong, so I continued to walk to the avenue I live in. I crossed the road and he didn't, so I thought it was okay, but a few seconds after, he crossed the road too and was walking behind me. Then he passed me and was walking in front of me, so I thought I was just getting paranoid and that he was just walking this way too. But near my building, he stopped and waited until I met him. He asked if I had a boyfriend, and I answered yes, I'm sorry, good evening, as polite as I can be. He proceeded to leave in front of me, so I was walking slower for him to be far from me, and to make sure he didn't know that I was almost home. I turned into the little pathway heading to the lobby of my building, but I was still anxious about this man, even though he continued to walk. I thought I'd put my keys in my pocket, but they were in my bag. I was shaking so much that I had to try multiple times before I was able to grab them. I managed to get them, and I opened the magnetic door, but thought of closing the door immediately after me in case the man wanted to follow me in. The door was closed, but the magnetic system wasn't on yet, and the man was running to it. He pushed violently in on it with horrific eyes looking at me. The door was made of glass, so I was able to see him pretty easily. That's when I knew I was getting into real trouble. So, without even thinking, I screamed as loud as I could. And I think that's probably what saved my life. Immediately, the man ran towards me, pushed me hard on the ground, and started to choke me really hard. I was too stunned because I wasn't prepared for such a violent assault. While he was choking me, I couldn't scream at all, or even breathe, and nobody came, so I really thought that I was going to die, looking into his bulging eyes staring directly into mine with pure hate. I'm a very small female, so I wasn't able to do anything with my arms. I think it wasn't that long, but it felt like an eternity, and I lost consciousness for a moment. When I opened my eyes again, he had just ran out, and I saw the caretaker's wife beside me. The caretaker was chasing after the man, but didn't manage to get him. He came back and called the police. The police were able to catch the man within 10 minutes, thanks to the description that we gave him. I really don't know why he did that to me, because when he attacked me, he didn't SA me or even rob me, which would have been pretty easy for him. I don't understand why his only goal was to kill. I'll never be thankful enough to my caretaker who came to help me and save my life, because nobody else in the building called the police or tried to help. The man was judged 3 days later and is in jail now, but denied everything, even if the caretaker and myself identified him. There are no video proof of him following me. So to the man that tried to kill me, let's not meet again. So this happened in 2011. So the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but the situation is something that I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time, and so we were video chatting. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site. I won't say which one because I'll be dragged mercilessly in the comments. And I was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time, he was 28. We talked for about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number, and we took it offline to calling and texting for another couple of weeks. 2 months after our initial chat, we were texting, and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing, and asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I invited him over to my place after he finished at the bar, and he accepted. I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and I know how to defend myself if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo on a hot day, put on some makeup, and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside of my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam and turned off my monitor, and then I went to let him in. It's around 10 p.m. and he comes in and we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled. We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later, he asks for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I come back, he said he had gotten a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand, where I put the firearm down after showing him, and noticed that it was gone. I looked everywhere for it, thinking I had put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program, and sure enough, it shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived. He had my firearm, and he left his phone on my bed. Right then, his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out, he's married. His wife was calling him wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm, and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this. He said, "I need my phone. Give me my phone." Me not opening the door but yelling through the window, "Take the clip out of my firearm, empty the chamber, throw the clip into the bushes, the one in the chamber across the road, and put it on the ground." Him, "No, give me my phone." Me, "I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment, and I have you on video stealing from me." I put his wife on speaker, and she yells a whole bunch of expletives. Him, shocked. He runs and gets in his car and then comes back. "I threw your gun in the ditch." At this point, I made him empty his pockets, take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my firearm on him. All the while, his wife is on the phone. I go outside and get in his car, in the driver's seat, and tell him to take me where he threw my firearm. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a firearm ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake? Domestic violence involving a firearm. We get up the road. He tells me the firearm is there in a ditch. Then I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chose. He was 6'4", 225 pounds. Me, I was only 5'3" and 135 pounds at the time. Or I could make him go get it, taking a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on the phone with his wife and my phone with 911. He retrieves my firearm, brings it back to the car, and I drive back to the house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me, and takes off. They found him later that evening. He still had the clip and the one in the chamber in his pocket. So now, he's enjoying time in prison. So glad that I never have to meet this person again. So after crying just a little bit, after looking at crime scenes on the internet, I think it might be time to tell this story. It's just one of those moments when I randomly start thinking about it in a more serious mood than usual. It's going to be long. So this happened about 4 months ago. Maybe more, but I really don't know for sure. Anyways, I was 19 years old and was going home from university after classes. I usually take my keys with me, but around that time I had lost them, and my mom was yet to take me to get a new copy. I remember I kept insisting, but she wouldn't listen. So what I did was knock on the door to get my younger brother's attention so he'd come and let me in. But my mom also took his keys and just left them there, locked up as well. I asked my brother to pass me my charger from my room, and I called one of my aunties to see if I could go hang out with her at her workplace in the meantime. She said yes, and then told me to call an Uber that she'd be paying for as soon as I got there, and that's exactly what I did. Now the Uber didn't pick me up exactly at home. It was in the house across the street instead. No special reason, it just did. The moment I saw the guy, he gave me a kind of weird vibe. But I also tend to be paranoid every time I hop in as so much as a taxi. So I just got in, rolled down the window, and kept a grip on both of my phones. It all seemed relatively normal until we got to the area where my aunt's workplace was. This was a convenience store at her home and in a housing. I think that's what you call it, when there's like a private division. I don't know, but condominium didn't sound right. He just completely drove past it and claimed he was following the GPS when I asked him about it, but he wouldn't let me see the GPS. He seemed to know exactly where he was going. Now, I was kind of doomed from the beginning because I don't know directions and I could only rely on the driver being a decent person and recognizing the area, which I did, but wherever he was taking me, I had no idea. I remember seeing this fountain that I could recognize from when Mom drove to my uncle's place, but that was like way further away from my aunt's place. By now, I was kind of thinking of what to do because this guy drove past a fuck ton of empty housings and a couple of them even seemed to be still under construction. Then he stopped near a place that looked like the end of civilization. We were literally on a hill, and then he turned off the car. I got lucky in so many ways looking back on it. My phone had no credit as soon as I thought of that. My aunt called me and asked, "Where are you?" And I literally felt my heart drop because I had no idea, and this dude was just staring at me. I said, "I don't know," and asked him, "Hey, where did you take me?" And he replied with, "I wouldn't know what to tell you, kid." That was enough for me. I grabbed my backpack and opened the door real quick with a loud, "That's fine, I'll see myself out," and hauled ass like I hadn't in a very long time. I remember even being afraid to carry my backpack on the back in case he'd chase me and pull on it, so I was holding it in my hand with my hoodie wrapped around my waist as I thought of where I could hide. I thought of knocking on someone's door, but for some reason that didn't seem safe to me at the moment. I remember telling my aunt not to hang up because he was still following me in the car. Then I saw an empty, barren, surrounded by concrete walls and a strong bar gate, except there was enough space under the gate to crawl in. So I literally threw the backpack and then crawled under. There was a huge electric control box, and I opened it to crouch inside and hide. My aunt still on the phone. She, my other aunt, and my uncle were all on a call with each other, putting credit on my phone and asking for my live location through WhatsApp because I had no idea where I was, literally in the middle of nowhere. I waited there for like 2 hours and this guy wouldn't leave. I even had to go pee outside the box and immediately ran back inside. There were tiny spiders and old honeycombs. So I was also fighting both my arachnophobia and trypophobia. At some point, I'm guessing the guy left, and my uncle got there in his truck. He didn't know where I was, so he kept honking and telling me to tell him when I could hear it closer. And then I finally did and got out. For a while, I thought maybe this had been a misunderstanding and I just jumped out of some guy's car like a maniac without even paying him. But then, when I got home after staying at my aunt's pharmacy for a while, until my mom, who didn't know much about what had happened, picked me up, I checked the Uber app, And not only did it say that I had already paid, but it also said that I made it to my destination, so I ruled that out. I had told my aunts not to tell my mom about it, because she goes insane at the minor inconvenience, so telling her this would only freak her out and she wouldn't be any help. I only let her know when I called her to come get me, and on our way home to get a copy of the key, because of course, something bad had to happen until she actually listened to me, and nowadays, she always makes sure that my phone has credit on it. Anyway, so that's what went down. I had to Indiana Jones that shit twice, and to this day, my family brags about how I was able to keep myself perfectly composed and react quickly, which I'm still shocked about. I remember seeing broken glass and metal bars laying around and telling my aunt, if I'm going down, I'm taking him with me, in a joking manner because her blood sugar levels were really messing with her. On our way home, my mom told me she wasn't in hysterics because I was in shock and that it hit me the next day. It didn't. I kept going around as normal, but last week she brought it up again and asked if I didn't think I was going to die. I said of course, but what I also knew freaking out would only either make me easier target or just not help at all anyway. When I remember it, more than scared, I feel angry. I could have been one of the many girls who just disappear and are later found dead on a random hill or in some ditch. And I can't say that I suffer survivor's guilt because in all honesty, I don't. I can't help but think that could have been me whenever another kid or teenager is on the news as missing or found dead. It really could have gone horribly wrong. My parents believed this guy was a rookie who maybe felt sorry for me and let me go, because if he had wanted to, he could have hurt me with some sort of weapon or just try to kill me right then and there. I don't even know anymore. I sent his profile to all the girls I know so that if they ever happen to get him as their Uber driver, they can cancel. Since then, I don't even take Ubers anymore. Wherever this guy is right now, I don't ever want to be again. At the time of this story, I was 23 years old. I'm a female, and at the time, I was a student. I was living alone in a small apartment complex not too far away from my school. I've never liked living alone. I was also very afraid of the dark. However, I always felt safe in my little apartment. It only had one way to get in, and you needed to unlock 2 doors to get inside. The main front door to the building and my door to my apartment. I also used to have a few lights on, even at night, and my laptop was usually playing some movie until I fell asleep. I always locked my door, except this one time. One weekend I was out drinking with my friends, and when I was going back home I ended up sharing a taxi with a random guy that was going to the same area as me. We both jumped out of the taxi outside my place and talked for a little while. He was about the same age as me and said he was also a student. He walked me to my front door and we said goodnight and I went inside. Some weeks, maybe a month later, I decided to stay home that weekend. I was just watching some series in bed until I fell asleep. Suddenly, I woke up to a voice. I couldn't really hear what the voice was saying, but I could hear that it was a man talking. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but I could see a shadow standing in my doorway to my bedroom. I froze. My adrenaline started pumping. I couldn't scream. I just kept staring at the figure. I thought I must be dreaming. This had to be a nightmare. But I understood quickly. My biggest fear had come true. He stopped talking and I asked quietly, "Who are you?" He took a step closer and whispered, "Don't you remember me?" He was clearly drunk, but I suddenly could see that it was the same guy that I shared a taxi with some weeks ago. I felt some weird feeling of relief that I recognized him, but at the same time I was horrified. My thoughts started spinning. What did he want? Why was he here? I didn't know what to do. There was no place to run or even to hide. My first thought was to try and stay calm, so I just asked quietly what he was doing there. I was thinking about you, he said. I turned your lights and closed your laptop. He smiled. I kept looking at him. I was still in my bed. Still didn't know what to do. I felt sick of the thought of him walking around my apartment while I was sleeping, but decided that I needed to continue to stay calm. I asked him how he got in the building. He said that he had been ringing my doorbell, but I didn't open, so he tried my neighbor's doorbell and someone opened up for him. He also went into my neighbor's apartment but realized it wasn't mine. He then saw my name at the door and went in. I think he could see the fear in my eyes. He suddenly turned around and said, I think I should go. He stumbled out and I went after him. Right before he left, he said, You really should lock your door. I shut the door in his face and locked it. I went back to bed and cried. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never called the police, but I told my friends the next day. The following months, someone would ring my doorbell every now and then in the middle of the night. I would get an anxiety attack every time. I never opened up, but I had a feeling that it was him. But I never saw him again. I'm so relieved nothing happened that night. And from this day, I always double check that I have the door locked. I also remove my name from the door. So to the guy that came into my apartment that fateful night, let's not meet again. This happened a year ago, but I still think about it. Me, 17 female, and my friends, 19 female, had the munchies and wanted Taco Bell at 2 a.m. So we took my mom's car and went on our journey. On our way home, though, my friends took a wrong turn and ended up in a cul-de-sac. As we were turning around, a resident on the street gets into his truck and starts pulling out right in front of our car. Us, thinking he's going out somewhere, waits for him to go. But he just sits there for a second before getting out and coming towards the driver's side. He walks up to my friend driving and starts yelling at her to slow down and that she's going too fast down the street, this and that, until he started banging on my friend's window and trying to open her door. I can see him doing this, so I tell my friend drive because I don't want to be sitting there anymore. She pulls out and he jumps in his car behind us. Halfway down the street, I noticed and stuck my entire upper half out the window yelling at him. At this point, he's chasing us while I'm giving my friend directions back to my house. Unfortunately, our phones were either dead or only at 1% battery. He ends up in front of us and cornered us in another cul-de-sac up the street, my friend driving in people's lawns to get away. Eventually, he followed us all the way home. My friends ran inside to tell my mom. I run straight for the car yelling at him. He asked what I yelled out the car, and I said to his face, "You fucking baby-ass bitch." He gets upset and almost gets out of the car when he sees my mom come out of the house and tries leaving, so I stood behind his truck yelling the license plate numbers. She makes it to him and his entire demeanor changes, acting innocent like he was scared. I was told to go inside and my mom obviously gives him some words of wisdom. She tells me he followed us home because someone ran over his dog a while back because they were speeding through his street, but still gives no excuse to following teenage girls home. So to the bald man in the red truck, let's never meet again. I get off work around 11 p.m. The sad part about this is I volunteered to work this shift. If I had never offered, I would never have had to experience the story that I'm about to tell you. This particular apartment is on my college campus. My campus is an open campus, which means anyone could enter at any time. As a female, I guess that's pretty unnerving. However, I always carried a pocket knife and pepper spray. I had to park pretty far away from my apartment since most parking lots were filled. I finally found a parking spot, but thank God I checked my surroundings before I got out. There was a fairly tall, grimy, old man sitting about 50 feet away from me. This sent chills down my spine because he stood so still, like a mannequin. I could see his bloodshot eyes. They were wide open. Now, I knew I wasn't getting out of the car, but what the man yelled to me made my heart pound out of my chest. "Come here, pretty girl," he said with a slight, creepy grin on his face. I don't know why I did it, but I shot a bird at him, probably because I had a feeling he was a pervert or something. I put my car in reverse and backed out of the parking spot, keeping my eyes on the man. My heart pounded even harder when he started speed walking towards me. He was about 10 feet away from my car when I finally put it in drive and stomped on the gas pedal. I literally drove to the other side of the apartments and panicked. I called my roommate/best friend and told her what had just happened. I asked her to wait for me at the door and stay on the phone with me. I stayed in my car for about 5 minutes to calm myself down. I kept looking around to see if the guy followed me. He was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to get out of my car. However, I had to get in my apartment somehow. I parked in a spot where my apartment wasn't too far away anymore. I decided to book it towards my room. I had my best friend on FaceTime the entire time that I sprinted. I flew down 2 flights of stairs until finally I was about 100 feet away from my door. I saw my best friend waving at me. A feeling of relief came over me for just a few seconds. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Get Out, but just picture a grown-ass man sprinting towards you. That's what happened. The grimy old man hauled ass towards me, but this time he looked pissed. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. I don't know how he found me. I don't know what his problem was, but I could have broke the national record for the 40-meter dash that night, because I darted towards my door. Thankfully, I reached my apartment just in time. Right when my best friend and I slammed the door, the man's fingers got caught in the crack. He screamed and tried to shove the door open, but my best friend and I surprisingly shut him out. That happened about a year ago. My best friend and I never spoke about it, ever. I never saw the man again. I never volunteered to work another night shift. I never worked another night shift, period. And I never, ever shot the bird at anyone else. To the man who traumatized me and followed me to my apartment, let's never meet again. This is by far the worst thing that has ever happened to me, and it has been several years since it happened, but it still comes back to bother me from time to time. I don't really feel comfortable about talking about it in real life for a number of reasons that I think will become clear, but I'm struggling a bit with nightmares and memories now, so I figured maybe I'd share here to unload. Trigger warnings for violence, sexual assault, and threats. I won't be detailing anything, but it will be mentioned. It will be a long one as I am terrible at brevity. When I was younger, I was in the sex industry. My past was full of trauma and I was struggling with dissociation and self-loathing, which made me care less about the potential dangers that comes with the job. At the time, I was 19 and mentally ill. I was living in a country with quite liberal laws and I was very lonely and isolated. It made for a perfect storm, where I ended up getting very hurt in many situations and coming across multiple creeps. But this particular one really scared me. The guy I was seeing, and I had agreed to meet up with by the train station, we met and went to a hotel together. He was supposed to have a room already, and walking there together usually meant getting in easier. Being in a hotel was very important to me, as there was at least some sort of security. If something got out of hand, I would be able to leave the room and immediately get the attention of someone nearby. When I see the John, late 30s, early 40s, at the station, he struck me as very twitchy, couldn't stand still, was shaking really fast, didn't really seem to give direct answers to questions. Simple things like, "Oh, it's starting to rain. Is the hotel very far?" The answer would be, "Rain is good for the crops. Happy that it's coming down finally. It's been really sunny lately. I'm going on vacation soon." It is odd, but benign. So I followed him where he tells me to go. We circle around for a bit, and he seems really unsure where to go to. So eventually, I offer to pull out Google Maps and give him the names of the nearby hotels, just to see if that'll help him remember where we're going. I assume he is just booked for the night and that the nervousness is getting the better of his memory. As we enter the hotel, he starts acting really weird. He's aggressively grabbing my arm and physically placing me as far from reception as I can get while still in the building, telling me to wait there and not make a sound so he doesn't get found out, which is very unstrategic as it'll come across as much more odd than if I was standing with him, being pleasant. I don't look like someone in the industry to other people. I'm nerdy and chubby and was dressed in a trench coat and office-appropriate clothes. When he comes back, he lets me know that they're all fully booked for the night, which confuses me, but I suggest we go next door as there is a second hotel. He agrees, but this time tells me to wait outside while he speaks to them. It's raining hard, and I'm a bit annoyed at that suggestion, but he comes off as angry, so I don't want to question him. Again, he comes out and lets me know that they are all fully booked. I start to feel a bit uneasy and should have realized the massive red flag that this was, as we weren't in a busy area, but ignored the pit in my stomach. He says that he lives nearby and tells me we can go there instead, and even adds, "My neighbors are away, so it's better. We can be as loud as we need to be, and that might be necessary considering what I want to do with you," which, in retrospect, is absolutely a terrifying thing to hear. His place is a 10-minute walk away, and by that point, I've come to the understanding that having a conversation with this man is absolutely impossible. He talks in very lengthy, usually run-on sentences, and he seems to lose track of where he's going halfway through. He gets randomly upset from 0 to 100, and then calms down as quickly again. I feel unsafe, but have no idea how the heck to get myself out of this situation. Everywhere we walked after leaving the hotels was like unpopulated back alleys, so I couldn't find a good reason to excuse myself, and making him angry when there was no one around felt like a bad move. So I follow him into the apartment, and it just further confirms that something is not quite right. His living room has just towers upon towers of moving boxes, a workout machine, a 90s looking TV, and a sofa. It's bare, and the boxes take up most of the room. There are some women's pumps by the door, so I figured he had a spouse that he was cheating on. Normally, people start to engage in the activities we are there for quite quickly, as they are paying for my time. This man did not. He seemed to just want to talk. As he's telling me stories, they're getting more and more convoluted and frightening. He lets me know that he's in the mafia, and that there are guys following him, that he takes people out, he's the voice of God, etc., etc. It's clear to me that he isn't all that grounded in reality, and I keep trying to get him on track so that I can finish what I came there for and leave as soon as possible. He doesn't respond to my flirting, and at some point in the storytelling, he goes over to the moving boxes and pulls out a massive Ziploc with pills in it, and he tries to tell me to take a couple of them. When I decline, he starts shouting at me, saying that this is my payment and that I have to take them. I'm de-escalating as best as I can, while he is very much up in my face. I realized that the strange behavior he had exhibited definitely came from being high, and maybe a drug-related psychosis. I hadn't been doing drugs at that much, so I didn't recognize the signs, but the pills made it very clear. I focus on trying to distract him by talking about other things, while standing up so that I could bolt out for the door. He seemingly calms down until he realizes that I'm about to leave and that I'm moving towards the hallway. That's when things take a turn for the worse. Without giving too many details, I was really badly assaulted over a long period of time. He became less erratic as time passed, and more frightening. At one point, he had me tied up and threatened me with a kitchen knife, telling me in very graphic terms that I would die and what he would do to my body. He ended up not using the knife, but he did a lot of other things, some that were just plain weird or humiliating. Not much of it seemed sexually motivated. It was just strange impulses he had combined with a lot of anger. We had agreed on 1 hour, meeting up around 5, but at this point, I have asked to be allowed to leave multiple times, and he has kept me there through the night. I can see the sun starting to rise again, so I figure it's quite early in the morning. He had small windows near the ceiling as it was a basement flat, and I'm so grateful for them, as it helped keep me sane to physically see time passing, because it felt like I had been there forever. I was starting to understand that he had no plans to let me go, and that was confirmed when he said that he was so happy I wanted to be his girlfriend. He must have taken something else around that point, because he was suddenly becoming more impulsive, twitchy and erratic again, from being quite calm. He decided that he needed alcohol. At this point, I was struggling to walk properly and had a very hard time breathing because I was in pain. I was pretty sure he had probably cracked one of my ribs. Turned out later that, yeah, it was confirmed by a doctor that he absolutely did. He still wanted to bring me out, for reasons I do not quite understand, but I'm thankful for that. We ended up getting a cab from a park near his house. My therapist asked me why I didn't ask for help there, but I was so scared, and I knew that he had a knife with him, and I really did not want to get stabbed that day. When we got out of the cab, he walked me around for a while, one hand on my neck. He brought me to a store where he got 2 bottles of wine. I tried to indicate to the shopkeeper that I was in distress by making faces at him as the guy was looking away, but he didn't do anything. I looked disheveled and had clear marks of violence, so I'm really surprised that no one tried to help. He paraded me around for a while, mostly on smaller streets, and kept encouraging me to drink my bottle of wine. I made it look like I was drinking by putting my tongue over the hole, but he didn't seem to notice that I wasn't drinking much. He stopped me by a dumpster to fuel me up, and I was able to put the wine down as he finished his, without him noticing that I hadn't been drinking. The guy started talking about going back to his place, but he had more toys he wanted me to see, and clothes that he wanted me to wear. I pretended to be very into it to keep him as calm as possible, as I tried to figure out how to get away. I was wearing heels and was in a lot of pain, so there was no way I would outrun him if I didn't catch him by surprise. My gut feeling told me that if I ended up back at his apartment, I would never get out, so I was willing to risk my life to get away from him at this point. By a stroke of luck, we ended up passing on the other side of the street to the bus stop, and I saw that a bus was supposed to pull in. Realizing I only had one shot, I elbowed him in his side and sprinted. I don't think I've ever run that fast, and I remember just hoping I would not fall because my balance in heels is the worst. He became running after me, and I remember asking the bus driver to please just drive as soon as I got on, and luckily he listened. He was also super sweet and asked if I was all right, if I needed any help. I was crying, blubbering mess, so I really appreciate how gentle this poor man was, as he was just trying to get through the workday. The bus did not go to my home, as I was in a completely different place, but he helped me figure out how to get to a different train station than the one where the guy lived, and how to get home from there. The guy looked really pissed when the bus drove off, and I'm very glad that I wasn't within reach. Later, I found a message from him on my Facebook. It turned out he had checked my bag and my ID to find out my real name. He thanked me for the date and said he looked forward to seeing me again. He said he loved me. I blocked him and took myself to the hospital that day, but I didn't report it to the police until a year later when I moved out of the country, as I was scared that he would come for me. I really regret not doing more, but I'm trying to have compassion with my 19-year-old self who was very frightened and overwhelmed. The police did a full interview with me over the phone when I told them, but I never heard anything else. They seemed to kind of check out as I explained, and I had been in the industry, so I'm not sure if he's still out there, but I hope not. I don't know what would have happened to me if I didn't make it onto that bus, but I know it wouldn't be good. When he started talking about going back to his, I had almost the intense physical reaction, and I just knew I couldn't let that happen. It was the strangest gut reaction that I have ever had. I was honestly sure that I would die. I still wonder if those pumps came from a girlfriend, or if this wasn't the first time he did the same thing, and he had some other poor girl's shoes. Either way, I hope he's locked up somewhere, and that I never have to see him again. Thank you for sticking around for another video of scary Reddit stories to help you fall asleep. If you enjoyed these Reddit stories, please make sure that you like, subscribe, and leave a comment so that I know what you liked and what you disliked. I want to make these videos better. I want to make these videos more likable for everyone who has been watching. Again, thank you so much. I apologize that this video is short. I've just had some things that I've had to do. And I promise that in the future, there will be more episodes, longer episodes, and I'm not going to be stopping. My goal is to get to 1,000 subscribers, and I believe that we can do that. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, all of your comments, all of your likes, all of your views on my previous videos. I appreciate it all. I will see you back here very soon with another episode of scary Reddit stories to fall asleep. Good night, everyone.